चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है?
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report. It's 12 p.m. and on Republic, a story that we've been tracking for the last 4 days, getting you intricate details of what is now called the TCS Grooming Gang. We have exclusive details coming up on the show, ladies and gentlemen. The story is getting much more murkier. Investigation is unraveling. Here are the headlines. More details emerge in the TCS Grooming Gang. One of the main accused in the case, called Nida Khan, is reportedly linked to the Red Fort blast accused Shaheen. More details on Republic. After Nashik, another similar case in Amravati. A youth arrested for sexually harassing almost 180 young girls in Maharashtra. ED raids Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal, the man who replaced Raghav Chadha in Parliament. ED claims the raids are linked to the lovely professional university that Ashok Mittal runs. Minutes after Aam Aadmi Party MP is raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann say that the BJP has begun election work in Punjab. And Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes over from Nitish Kumar. Two RJD leaders named in the NCR riot toolkit. Noida police FIR names RJD spokespersons Kanchana and Priyanka Bharti as accused after the riots broke out in Delhi NCR. Ladies and gentlemen, a deeper look at the grooming gang on one of India's largest software companies, TCS. A deeper look at the players, the accused, and new links are emerging. The HR head of this particular unit in Nashik, who's been identified as Nida Khan. Nida Khan has been called Lady Captain. She was referred to as Lady Captain. There are reports now that she is linked to the Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, Terror Dr. Shaheen. Now, as we pick up these details, getting in details of how Nida and Shaheen had met in the national capital and were reportedly working for external networks. Not just that, there is another angle that we've accessed here on Republic TV. After they were groomed on the TCS campus, they were taken to a resort near Trimbakeshwar. And some of the CCTV visuals of this resort have also been accessed by the investigation teams. And the investigation teams claim that the footage reveals how the accused in this particular case made frequent visits to this particular resort. So employees at TCS, mostly women, were groomed on the TCS campus and then taken to a resort. And the role of Nida Khan, the kingpin, the linchpin to this entire grooming gang module, is linked to another terror accused called Shaheen. Now, what is the connection? HR, the lady on the right with the saffron hijab, that's HR head of TCS unit, Nida Khan. She's still absconding. Nobody knows where she is. She's reportedly linked to Terror Dr. Shaheen, who was also investigated, arrested for the Red Fort blast. Nida had met the Red Fort blast mastermind Shaheen several times. And we are hearing that both knew each other over time. And Nida and Shaheen were reportedly working for external agencies. Now, what these agencies were, we don't know. But it appears to be a very, very deep network, because more people are stepping forward, more victims are coming forward, more complaints are being made in this particular case. Okay, let me go across to my colleague Revati joining us live from Nashik. But before that, I'll get a word from Vikram Singh. Dr. Vikram Singh is a former DGP joining us live. Dr. Vikram Singh, how did something like this happen, sir? If it was happening on campus as a former top cop, how would you respond to what TCS did not do? They have not responded to our questionnaire. Republic sent them a long questionnaire, about 8 to 10 questions. They have not responded. We are hearing that there were at least 14 victims. Last count, 14 victims this morning, could be much more, right? What are the implications of something like this happening and nobody reporting it, sir?
Good afternoon. This is much deeper and venomous than anybody would have anticipated till about 72 hours ago. The rot and the venom go much, much deeper. And to your first observation that there is a likelihood of Dr. Shaheen being an accomplice of Nida Khan, well, it is a distinct possibility. And my advice to the police officer would be to question the family members of both Dr. Shaheen and Nida, identify the call details and the email exchanges and other social media platforms. And I'm sure it can be worked out in the next 12 hours to what extent they were, the manner in which the Pakistan handlers work, they cultivate and groom their agents in this manner so that they have willing accessories who can perpetrate. The modus operandi is very common. I would say, to your wonderful observation that there is a possibility, I would say the modus operandi is very similar. I will not say anything, not a word about the resemblance about the dress sense, because it will be inappropriate. But as an investigator, these things do matter and everything is taken into account. Their commitment to the cause of furthering their own faith and also bullying people into submission also is on the same pattern. When the pattern is the same, the pedigree will also be the same. And when the pedigree is the same, let me assure you, you trace it back to Islamabad and also the Pak handlers. It is not absolutely fortuitous that one is able to penetrate into the wonderful structure of the TCS. And if they've been able to, obviously somebody else's brain and somebody else's training is at work, and that is the ISI and Pak handlers. Therefore, the manner in which they work in close secrecy, close user groups, close WhatsApp group, it has a distinct footprint and fingerprint of the ISI. And I would say the police have a job at hand. They did a wonderful job by infiltrating 7 policemen and doing the sting operation. And that operation has yielded results. And I would say Section 20 of the MACOCA and the UAPA will now have to be invoked so that those involved in this anti-national activities should be put behind bars so that they spend the lifetime behind bars. But the lessons drawn are very important. 10th November last year was almost as if it was yesterday. And today you have a branch operating from Nashik and also from Amravati. I also say it is Wipro and also Amazon. They need to be taken to task because entire systems of redressal of grievances and bringing up the depredations of the predators they fell on deaf ears and nothing was taken into account. I fail to understand why such a vibrant company failed to take the basic provisions of the POSH Act, Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplaces. This is something that was sacred and it is enjoined that you have a whistleblowers policy, you have a website that allows the female and any employee to put their cases with total anonymity. Obviously, nothing like this happened or was compromised. And if it was compromised as such a prestigious company, it was not accidental, it was not something but it was by design. And the design was fabricated and the blueprint was made in Islamabad.
In your experience as a policeman, sir, I'll just take a short answer from you and then go across to my colleague Revati. In your experience as someone who headed the police force in Uttar Pradesh, did you come across such modules where Pakistanis were directly handling such modules? Just asking for the public. If this is
very much. I have invested a lifetime questioning Pak agents, ISI agents, and this is exactly the same footprints and the pattern. And you have absolutely hit the nail on the head because the pattern is very similar. And I would be very surprised if it is not handled by ISI in Pakistan.
Okay, let me get in a word from Revati, sir. I have some breaking news. Let me get in the breaking news first up. We had the accounts of at least 9 of these victims. Let me tell you that there are 3 more victims who are going on record. In fact, the number could increase. Hearing that 14 victims have now come forward. The TCS Grooming gang scandal is getting bigger. 3 more victims have come forward. Victim count is now gone up to 14. The victim count is now up to 14. Now, I don't know how many more are there. Now, what are you hearing? Revati, who are these 3? Were they also sort of asked to stay quiet?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, the FIR numbers might increase because of at first there were 11 FIRs, 2 of forceful conversion and 9 of sexual assault. But now 3 more victims are coming up because the police were counseling them and they were in the pipeline. But also the recent development which Republic showed is that one of the victims was sexually assaulted and actually was raped in a resort near Trambakeshwar Road. And mind you, I am here at the resort right now nearby. As you can see the area, it is very much a remote area, and you can see that no one can easily get to know that what exactly is happening here. I am at the resort where one of the victims was brought by 3 of the accused, and she was constantly raped by these people. Also, one of the accused who used to frequently come here was seen by the police in the CCTV footages as the SIT. As the SIT is currently scrutinizing all the CCTV footages, these are the exclusive visuals of the resort where one of the victim was brought, and currently all the CCTV footages are confiscated by the police and they are currently under scrutiny. Also, it is being checked that whether other victims were brought here and what exactly was happening here when the victims were brought here, and the accused, 3 of the accused, what exactly their role was there and what exactly happened. As you can see that this is a very remote place and no one can easily get to know. This is a state highway road, and as you can see that people here are nowhere to be found because there's just one outhouse here and just one person available here, and you have to actually walk a half a kilometer inside or 1 kilometer inside, then only you can get into the resort. So as you can see, it's a very remote place. No one knows that what exactly happened with that very victim. Police are investigating the matter. Today at around 2:30 p.m. all the accused will be presented before the court. Also Ashwini Chenani, who is the operation manager, will be presented. She is the most important accused because she didn't take the cognizance of this very matter. So it will be important to see that what happens in hearing today. Over to you.
Yeah, but what is the role of this resort? Is it one victim who was taken there or several victims were taken there? Have you tried, speaking to the resort owners, asking them some questions? The police claims that there is CCTV. So break this down for us.
One of the victims, just one of the victims was brought here. According to the primary information of the police, it says that only one victim was brought here by 3 of the accused, and they gang raped here. They gang raped them here, and it is not known that for how many times she was brought here. Just one of the victim. Also, according to the police sources, it is confirmed that one of the accused used to come here frequently. But with the same victim or with multiple victims or with multiple girls, it is not yet established. But as of now, we have information that this is the very resort where all these victims got, where all these accused, brought a victim here and they gang raped her. So what exactly role was played here or what exactly happened at the resort, this will be only, this will come to the light only after the investigation of the CCTV footages which are currently confiscated, which are currently recovered by the SIT. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Revati, in fact, stay with us. We have another story coming in from Amravati. Dr. Vikram Singh, thank you for joining us. The story is developing, so we'll connect once again. Not just Nashik. In Amravati, there is a story that we've been reporting on this morning. In Amravati, the police have made an arrest, a second arrest, in a case where a few youth lured 180 to 200 victims, young girls, and shot obscene videos with them, shot photos with them, and then used it to blackmail these victims. We are hearing that the investigation has also shown that these particular youth downloaded videos from the mobile phone of the prime accused and also subsequently posted them on social media. So they lured young girls, shot videos, and then uploaded it on social media, blackmailed them. Their names are out. Uzair Khan is one of those arrested today in Amravati. He's been taken into custody. He's being currently interrogated and scheduled to be produced before the court.
मैं सैयद मुजीब एमआईएम अमरावती जिला अध्यक्ष 2-4 रोज से परतवाड़ी के शेख आयान की कुछ अश्लील फोटोज और वीडियोस सोशल मीडिया पर और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मीडिया पर वायरल हो चुकी है, जिसकी वजह से उसकी कंप्लेंट हुई है। पुलिस प्रशासन अपना काम कर रही है, उसको अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है। लेकिन अभी मैंने देखा कि कुछ न्यूज चैनल्स पे बताया जा रहा है कि वो एमआईएम पार्टी का पदाधिकारी है और कार्यकर्ता है। नगर परिषद अचलपुर के इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसको सोशल मीडिया संभालने के लिए हमारे वहां के तालुका अध्यक्ष शेख आदिल साहब ने उसको मीडिया प्रभारी बनाए थे, लेकिन पूरे इलेक्शन के दरमियान में उसने पार्टी के लिए, पार्टी के उम्मीदवारों के लिए कोई सोशल एक्टिविटीज नहीं किया। इसलिए मतदान के फौरन बाद उसको पार्टी से निष्कासित कर दी गई थी, उसको लेटर दे दिया गया था और उसका पार्टी से कोई संबंध नहीं था।
अमरावती सेक्स स्कैंडल में अयान मोहम्मद और उनके आधा डजन साथियों ने परतवाड़ा, अचलपुर, अमरावती, नागपुर की 11वीं 12वीं के कोचिंग क्लास में जाने वाली अनेक डजन लड़कियों की इज्जत लूटी, ब्लैकमेल किया, रैप किया, बलात्कार किया। मैंने मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी से प्रार्थना की है कि इसके ऊपर तुरंत SIT गठित करनी चाहिए।
So 180 girls were harassed by one youth. How did this happen? Tell us more about this sex pest who's been arrested. Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that a 19-year-old boy was clicking videos of the girls. Also there is no one girl here in the case, but more than 180 girls were lured, and he used to talk to them, establish contacts, establish physical contacts, and then he used to shot the videos, and then he used to threaten them and then make it viral on social media. But the latest update which is coming up right now is that the encroachment department has demolished his residence in Paratwada, Amravati. That is the latest update which is coming up. Also, an investigation through the SIT is demanded. Also, he was absconding at first, but later Amravati police arrested him within 2 to 3 days, and now he has been granted with a police custody of 7 days. So what all is unearthed in this particular matter will be important to see, because there are 180 girls involved in this, and more than 300 videos are viral on social media. This is one more sex scandal coming up from Maharashtra. So now exactly where it is all leading to is a big question right now. So as I mentioned earlier, the recent development which is coming up is that an encroachment department demolished his place, demolished his house in Paratwada, Amravati, and he is currently under police custody. So it will be important to see that what is unearthed after the 7 days police custody. Over to you.
Us with those details, let's go across to the other big story we're tracking on the live report. Revati, thank you. We'll come back to you. Revati is in Nashik, tracking both not just the Nashik but even the Amravati story there. Ladies and gentlemen, another story that has become a political flashpoint this morning. Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal, he replaced Raghav Chadda as the leader, and Aam Aadmi Party went after Raghav Chadda. They claimed Raghav Chadda was a BJP agent, and while making Ashok Mittal the leader, they were trying to send a political point. That Raghav Chadda had bent towards the BJP. Now the man who replaced Raghav Chadda is being raided. The Enforcement Directorate claims that the raids are linked to the Lovely Professional University, the LPU. Ashok Mittal's family runs LPU, the Lovely Professional University, and they claim that foreign funding, that is ED, claims foreign funding is under scanner. ED is looking at a few certain courses that were being given out at the Lovely Professional University. They claim the courses were not cleared, and they're looking at the funding of some of these courses. These are details we're picking up. The ED claims that the raids are linked to foreign collaborations and advanced tech courses that were being offered by this particular university called the Lovely Professional University. Now, as of this minute, we are hearing that even the home of Ashok Mittal is being searched. Ashok Mittal is one of the owners of Lovely Professional University. Searches are on at the university itself. Searches are being carried out under FEMA. In all 10 locations in Gurugram, Jalandhar, covered by these raids that are being carried out by the ED, including the residence of Ashok Mittal. I'll go across to Shravan, my colleague, who's joining us with more details. He accessed more details of the scam. They claim that there is a scam of universities that deal with advanced tech. ED says that universities, some of these universities, including Lovely Professional University, have links to foreign funding. And this particular university is under scanner for fees that was charged especially for NRIs. So let me go across to Shravan. Shravan, what exactly are they looking at?
Well, in fact, it all started with the raids that were carried out earlier today at Aam Aadmi Party parliamentarian Ashok Mittal's residence and official premises. Thereafter, Niranjan, when I spoke to my source within the Enforcement Directorate, I found out that it is way more than just one individual of Lovely Professional University. It is part of a larger education scam. Now, what is this scam all about? It's about new age universities that are now mushrooming in India. They are in collaboration with foreign universities. The collaboration has also come under the scanner to begin with. Secondly, most importantly, is the courses that they're basically offering, which are being branded as these new age courses, and more importantly, they're not even certified, basically not under the UGC guidelines to begin with. Effectively, students who are enrolling in these very courses, they are left completely, they're rudderless, and more importantly, these are courses which are not even recognized. Effectively, students are paying money for it, and they are left with no other option but to look for themselves, fend for themselves. Now, as far as Ashok Mittal is concerned, and Lovely Professional University is linked to this particular case. They're basically looking at NRI candidates who are basically students in this university, funds that have basically come through these NRI candidates, which we are given to understand is there is a foreign exchange violation that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. That is the larger scam that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at. Whether at all there is any political link to it is something that we'll have to wait and watch, because this is a fresh case that has been registered by the Enforcement Directorate, and there's more details that is emerging right now from the investigation that has been carried out so far.
Okay. Anything, I mean, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party will say that it's linked to Raghav Chadha, it's linked to elections in Punjab, and he is a politically linked person. The owner is an MP of the Aam Aadmi Party. Shawan, you can't question them completely. I mean, they also have a point that he is an Aam Aadmi Party MP. Was this a case that was already being investigated, or is suddenly under the scanner?
Well, this is not a suo moto case that the Enforcement Directorate can investigate, because they do not have the powers to do so. There will be a predicate offence and original an FIR that would have been registered earlier by some other agency, or for that matter state police. Now there is no clarity as yet, Niranjan, because as I understand, this is the first time that they are carrying out searches in the case. Now if it is the first set of searches that have been carried out, in all likelihood it would be a fresh FIR that has been registered, or a fresh ECIR in the Enforcement Directorate's parlance. Now, as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, a short while back you already had the former Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, taking to a social media platform and hitting out at the centre, saying that this is an attempt that has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party to begin the preparations for the next Punjab polls, and which Arvind Kejriwal says would be rejected by the people of Punjab. So politics are already taking place, because you're looking at a person who's taken over after Raghav Chadha. So obviously the pressure would be on the centre and the BJP, saying that they're basically misutilizing the Enforcement Directorate.
Okay. Leaving it at that, Shawan, thank you for joining us with those inputs on top of that story. Ladies and gentlemen, another bit of breaking news update that we wanted to get to you on the live report. Two RJD leaders. There were riots in different parts of Delhi NCR, and we were all wondering who was behind these riots. We'll take a short break now, and we'll come back with the full details of those who've been named. Two RJD leaders. We knew that there was a political link. Now, what's the political link? The police claims there is an RJD link to it. That and more coming up. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
All right, viewers, time to slip into short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, 2 RJD leaders named in NCR riot toolkit. Noida Police FIR names RJD spokespersons. Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti as accused number 1 and accused number 2.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी मनी मनी मनी एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the ED raids which are happening at the location, at the premises of Ashok Mittal, who is the senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, also runs the lovely professional university. But the premises, the raids which are happening are not just happening at one university, but at various locations which is related to the Mittal family. We'll get you exclusive details and breaking updates, minute-to-minute updates on what's happening in those raids. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Gents badly need in Bengal. राष्ट्रवादी एकजुट हुआ है, साथ साथ इतना महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, जनता टीएमसी को हटाने के लिए वचनबद्ध है।
In an exclusive conversation with while campaigning in Bengal, Shubhendu Adhikari confidently said the women and youth want a change. Amit Shah campaigns in Bengal, set to address multiple rallies in Darjeeling and Cooch Behar. CM M.K. Stalin has called for a black flag protest across Tamil Nadu over the delimitation process. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will hold a roadshow at Nagarkoil. Palaniswamy and Piyush Goyal to join the PM's campaign. TVK chief Vijay to campaign across 3 constituencies in Chennai today. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development that we are fetching from Amravati. Now, as per the latest reports, what we are fetching, there has been bulldozer action in this case. Latest update, breaking news development, ladies and gentlemen, bulldozer action seen in Amravati. A bulldozer was deployed at the residence of Mohammed Tanveer, the prime accused in the Amravati Parthwada sexual assault case. The municipal corporation proceeded with the demolition using a bulldozer after affixing a notice to the house. Now, the bulldozer action was taken because a portion of the house was found to be encroaching on public land. Now, yesterday, women had demanded that a bulldozer be used to demolish the accused's house. Now, Achalpur MLA Praveen Tayare was present at the site during the construction of the house. Now, the demolition of the house, a big development here. A bulldozer was deployed at the residence of Mohammed Tanveer. Big action here. Amravati Pokso case, bulldozer action underway as we speak. Minors were sexually abused in this case, and a very big development in this case. Now, these are the two visuals. The 19-year-old accused has been taken into custody, Pokso case in Amravati. And now the latest visuals, ladies and gentlemen, of the bulldozer action that is underway. Yesterday itself, women had demanded that a bulldozer be used to demolish the accused's home. And now we have a latest update in this entire case. All right, we have Satya Prakash with us for more details in this case. Satya Prakash, क्या जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही? What are the latest updates that you are fetching? सुनने में आ रहा है कि बुलडोजर एक्शन अभी चल रहा है और घर को तोड़ा जा रहा है कुछ हिस्सों को, और ये महिलाओं की डिमांड थी कि भाई जल्दी से जल्दी कोई कार्रवाई की जाए, और इसने कई नाबालिग बच्चियों के साथ जो व्यवहार किया है उसका उल्लेख भी नहीं किया जा सकता।
देखिए, आरोपी घर पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है। जो अमरावती नगर परिषद के कर्मचारी वो पहुंचे हुए हैं, क्योंकि जो आरोपी घर बना था, इनलीगल बना था, जिसको लेकर लगातार जो डिमांड किया जा रहा था कि जो आरोपी घर बना है वो कहीं कहीं अवैध रूप से बनाया गया है, जिसको लेकर महानगर पालिका के कर्मचारी बुलडोजर लेकर पहुंचे हुए हैं, जो हिस्से को तोड़ा जा रहा है। क्योंकि जिस तरह से आरोपी अयान ने जिस तरह से कांड किया, जो अश्लील वीडियो जिस तरह से 180 लड़कियों के साथ बनाया है, जिस तरह से वायरल किया है, वायरल करने की धमकी दिया है, जिसके बाद अमरावती पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार किया है। ये मामला जो है दो इलाकों में हुआ है, जो एक आंचलपुर है और परातवाड़ा में है। दो जगह मामला है, और दोनों जगह पे ये जो युवक है आरोपी आयान ने अपने मोबाइल पे सारे वीडियो बनाया, जिसके बाद वायरल किया, जिसके बाद वहाँ पे हिंदू समाज के लोग कहीं कहीं आक्रोशित होते हैं और कहीं कहीं लगातार वहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है। फिलहाल पूरे इलाके को आज बंद किया गया है और अब फिलहाल बुलडोजर एक्शन शुरू है, जिसको लेकर अमरावती पुलिस लगातार जांच कर रही है। एसआईटी बैठा दी गई है और ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि इसके साथ जो आरोपी है उसको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। लगातार कहीं इस मामले को लेकर जांच शुरू है। जी
बिल्कुल, ये जो कार्रवाई हो रही है, आप जरा ये भी थोड़ी जानकारी दीजिए, कितने अधिकारी वहां पर मौजूद हैं, सुरक्षा के कितने पुख्ता इंतजामात वहां पर किए गए हैं, और लोग जो खासतौर पर महिलाएं जो काफी आक्रोशित थी वो भी खुश होंगी कि कम से कम एक बड़ी कार्रवाई की जा रही है, और बहुत ही जघन्य अपराध इसने किया है, घिनौनी हरकत इसने की है बच्चियों के साथ।
देखिए, जिस तरह से मामला आया उसके बाद पूरे इलाके में लोग आक्रोशित हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आरोपी आयन ने जिस तरह से लड़कियों का वीडियो बना के वायरल करता था, लगभग 350 फोटोग्राफ्स और वीडियो हैं, 180 ज़्यादा लड़कियों के साथ इसने फोटो और वीडियो बनाया है। कहीं कहीं इसको लेकर कहीं जो आंचलपुर पुलिस स्टेशन है वो लगातार जाँच कर रही थी, और जिसमें लगातार मामले खुलासे हो रहे थे। लगातार डिमांड किया जा रहा था जो आरोपी का घर है, आयन का जो घर है वो अवैध रूप से बना है, और उसी को तोड़ने के लिए जो नगर पालिका का कर्मचारी पहुंचे हुए, लगभग 30 से ज़्यादा कर्मचारी हैं। साथ ही वहां पूरे इलाके को पुलिस ने बैरिकेड किया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से इलाका है और जिस तरह से लगातार विरोध हो रहा है उसको देखते हुए पूरे इलाके में पुलिस के कड़े बंदोबस्त किए गए हैं। फिलहाल कहीं कहीं जो पुलिस का कहना है कि लगातार इस मामले को लेकर जांच किया जा रहा है। जो मोबाइल है उसको फोरेंसिक रिपोर्ट के लिए भेजा गया है। साथ ही जो शख्स उस जो आरोपी है उसके साथ जो मोबाइल से वीडियो बनाता था उसको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। तो कहीं कहीं इस मामले को लेकर 2 लोग को गिरफ्तार किया गया है और बुलडोजर एक्शन शुरू है। जी
बिल्कुल। क्या इस जो ये लड़का था जिसको पकड़ा गया है, 350 से ज़्यादा इसकी जो वीडियो जिसने बनाई, ये क्या पॉलिटिकली भी इन्फ्लुएंशियल था, ये AIMM से जुड़ा हुआ था, ऐसी भी खबरें सामने आ रही हैं। और जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र में खासतौर पर अभी एक TCS का मामला खत्म हुआ नहीं है, वहां पर बच्चियों के साथ क्या किया जा रहा था, यहाँ पर दूसरे उसी तरीके से उसी पैटर्न पर लव जिहाद की जो लव जिहाद का सिलसिला है वो खत्म होता नजर नहीं आ रहा है।
साफ तौर से जिस तरह से मामला है, क्योंकि 19 साल का आयन है और जिस तरह लव जिहाद करने की कोशिश किया है, एक नहीं कई लड़कियों के साथ इसने फोटो वीडियो बनाया, और जिस तरह से इस पार्टी के साथ MIM पार्टी जो है उसका जो है लोकल वहाँ लीडर था और सोशल मीडिया काम करता था। MIM पार्टी ने साफ तौर से वहाँ पे जो लोकल लीडर है उन्होंने इस बात को पुष्टि किया है कि लड़का जो है पहले AIM का कार्यकर्ता था और वहाँ पे सोशल मीडिया का जो काम को देखता था। फिलहाल कहीं कहीं पार्टी की तरफ से इसको निकाल दिया गया है, और जिस तरह से अमरावती पुलिस स्टेशन की जांच कर रही है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से 180 लड़कियों का इसने वीडियो फोटो बनाया है, 350 से ज़्यादा वीडियो फोटोग्राफ हैं, और जो शख्स वीडियो फोटोग्राफ्स बनाया है, जो सह आरोपी है, उसको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया है और लगातार इस मामले को लेकर जांच किया जा रहा है। जी,
लेकिन एक प्रश्न ये भी बनता है कि जिस तरीके से लोगों के मन में आक्रोश होगा, और महाराष्ट्र की धरती पर अगर ये हो रहा है बार बार, तो लोगों के मन में आक्रोश भी तो झलकता हुआ नजर आ रहा होगा। कैसे इस तरीके का सेम पैटर्न, वही तरीका, क्या ये बड़े लेवल पर क्या लोग इसमें आप प्रदर्शन होते हुए देखते हैं, उनके आक्रोश को व्यक्त करते हुए क्या आप देख पा रहे हैं? इस बार लोगों का गुस्सा क्या फूट कर बाहर आ रहा है, क्योंकि बच्चियों के साथ ये अपराध हो रहा है और ये रुकना चाहिए?
देखिए, 2 दिन से वहाँ पे लगातार प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं। आज जो है आंचलपुर और परतवाड़ा जो कि अमरावती इलाका है, दोनों को बंद किया गया है। दोनों पूरा इलाका बंद है। समाज सेवी के साथ साथ जो दुकानदार है उन्होंने बंद का आह्वान किया है और साथ ही मांग किया है कि जो आरोपी है, क्योंकि 180 बच्चियों के साथ इन्होंने फोटो वीडियो वायरल किया है, यौन शोषण किया है, जिसको लेकर पूरे इलाके में गुस्सा है, इसीलिए पूरे इलाके को आज बंद किया गया है। विरोध प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, पूरे इलाके में पुलिस तैनात है और घर पे बुलडोजर चल रहा है। ये भी बात किया जा रहा है कि सामने की आ रहा है कि इसके साथ और लोग हो सकते हैं। लगातार पुलिस कहना है कि हम हर एंगल से जाँच कर रहे हैं। मोबाइल जो है, मोबाइल को रिकवर कर लिया गया है, उसको फोरेंसिक रिपोर्ट के लिए भेजा गया है। साथ ही जो सह आरोपी है उसको भी गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। जी
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। एक बड़ी खबर सामने आ रही है। व्यूअर्स, वी आर गेटिंग अनदर बिग ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ डेवलपमेंट. I will just share the news with you in a short while. Big breaking news development coming in the Amravati case. A big development has taken place. The police have made a second arrest in connection with the obscene video case in Paratwada, Amravati. The arrested individual is Uzair Khan. Uzair Khan, ladies and gentlemen. The investigation has revealed that he downloaded the videos from the mobile phone of the prime accused, that is Ayan, and subsequently posted them on social media. Now, according to the police, Uzair Khan has been taken into custody and is currently being interrogated. He is scheduled to be produced before the court today. Very big development here. In the Amravati case, police have made a second arrest in connection with the obscene video case in Paratwada. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. In an exclusive conversation, Shivendu Adhikari has clearly said that he is not the main face of the BJP when it comes to the election, but he has been doing a lot of work when it comes to the election and for the development and growth of the Bharatiya Janata Party when it comes to the election. Let's listen in.
Sincerely, gents badly need in Bengal. बंगाल में परिवर्तन का जरूरत है। मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, जो पार्टी जिम्मेदारी दिया, जो हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने दिया, वो पूरा करने का काम कर रहा है। आपको क्यों लगता है कि 2021 से 2026 तक क्या ऐसा बदला है कि आपको लगता है कि भाजपा आएगी? देखिए, पिछले 5 साल हम लोग बहुत और अमित शाह जी ने हम लोग को बहुत सपोर्ट किया, मोदी जी का सपोर्ट मिला। इस बार अच्छा ही होगा। और SIR का बाद डेथ वोटर घुसपैठिया का नाम डिलीट हो गया है। भाई सनातनी एकजुट हुआ है, राष्ट्रवादी एकजुट हुआ है, साथ साथ इतना महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, जनता टीएमसी को हटाने के लिए वचनबद्ध। I am working sincerely. Change badly need in Bengal. बंगाल में परिवर्तन का जरूरत है। मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, जो पार्टी जिम्मेदारी दिया, जो हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने दिया, वो पूरा करने का काम कर रहा हूँ।
आपको क्यों लगता है कि 2021 से 2026 का क्या ऐसा बदला है कि आपको लगता है कि भाजपा आएगी?
देखिए, पिछले 5 साल हम लोग बहुत मेहनत और अमित शाह जी ने हम लोग को बहुत सपोर्ट किया, मोदी जी का सपोर्ट मिला, इस बार अच्छा ही होगा। और SIR का बाद डेथ वोटर घुसपैठिया का नाम डिलीट हो गया है। भाई सनातनी एकजुट हुआ है, राष्ट्रवादी एकजुट हुआ है, साथ साथ इतना महिला के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, जनता टीएमसी को हटाने के लिए वचनबद्ध।
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting. Now, DMK announces black flag protest tomorrow over delimitation. Now, in a post made by Stalin, he writes, "Let the black flags rise. Tamil Nadu will fight. Tamil Nadu will win." So this is DMK announcing black flag protest tomorrow over delimitation. Now, in a post made by Stalin, he writes, "Let the black flags rise. Tamil Nadu will fight. Tamil Nadu will win." He also raised questions that is this a punishment being meted out to Tamil Nadu and the southern states for the crime of striving for India's growth. So this is the opposition pretty much upset and reacting to the delimitation process, which is a constitutional process that was supposed to happen, bound to happen, and after which the number of seats for MPs will also be increasing and primarily pertains to the number of women MPs also that is set to rise, the 33% reservation that should be taking place right now after the act was passed in 2023, and now the process of delimitation, and this is opposition against the delimitation process, especially the opposition leaders, which include MK Stalin and Revanth Reddy. Now this is the opposition which is against the delimitation process, and now DMK has announced a black flag protest tomorrow over the delimitation. Now this is was conveyed in a post made by MK Stalin. He wrote, "Let the black flags rise. Tamil Nadu will fight. Tamil Nadu will win." Now, he also raised questions that is this a punishment being meted out to Tamil Nadu and the southern states for the crime of striving for India's growth. Now, the concern they raise is that if you go on the basis of population, then the southern states might be left out in this case comparatively to the states in the North India, which holds more population, and the number of seats of MPs might be going higher for the northern states comparatively to the southern states, but this also has been denied by the government as of now. But this is opposition against the process of delimitation. We're also showing the reactions that have come over the delimitation process. Now, face off over 850 MPs. This is KC Venugopal saying extremely ill-timed under garb of women's reservation. So the women's reservation, which was supposed to happen, and it was taking a lot of time. Now, apart from that, the delimitation process, which is bound to help the women reservation. Now, this is the opposition reaction to that. Face off over 850 MPs. KC Venugopal calling it extremely ill-timed, and you have Stalin who calls this that is this a punishment being meted out to Tamil Nadu and the southern states for the crime of striving for India's growth. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Union Minister of State for Home Affairs, that is Nityanand Rai, has spoken exclusively to Republic TV and affirming that this is an NDA government that has been constituted and that the Chief Minister belongs to the NDA. Now, these are the visuals of Samrat Chaudhary taking oath today. Union Minister of State for Home Affairs, Nityanand Rai, spoken exclusively to Republic TV today.
सरकार बनी है,
और आज उसके मुख्यमंत्री माननीय सम्राट चौधरी जी शपथ लिए, उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई। साथ साथ 2 मंत्री माननीय विजय चौधरी जी और माननीय विजेंद्र यादव जी लिए हैं, जो आगे हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में हैं। और बिहार में जो नीतीश जी ने एक विकास और सुशासन का रास्ता बनाया था, उस रास्ता पर यह सरकार चलेगी और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आशीर्वाद से बिहार और विकसित बनेगा। यहाँ एनडीए की सरकार बनी है और आज उसके मुख्यमंत्री माननीय सम्राट चौधरी जी शपथ लिए, उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई। साथ साथ 2 मंत्री माननीय विजय चौधरी जी और माननीय विजेंद्र यादव जी लिए हैं, जो आगे हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में हैं। और बिहार में जो नीतीश जी ने एक विकास और सुशासन का रास्ता बनाया था, उस रास्ता पर यह सरकार चलेगी और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के आशीर्वाद से बिहार और विकसित बनेगा।
Reaction. He spoke exclusively to Republic TV. Union Minister of State for Home Affairs Nityanand Rai, and he's affirming that this is an NDA government that has been constituted, and the Chief Minister belongs to the NDA. So it's the end of Nitish era, but definitely the government is of the NDA, with Samrat Chaudhary taking oath as the Chief Minister. So he is the BJP Chief Minister for Bihar, who has taken oath along with 2 Deputy Chief Ministers who belong to the JDU. So very big development in Bihar. Big day for the citizens of Bihar, for Bharatiya Janata Party, because their workers, their cadre, they wanted a BJP Chief Minister to be there in Bihar. Now that dream has been fruitful. Now that has been achieved in this case. And now this is the reaction from Nityanand Rai, who spoke exclusively to Republic TV. Now, all right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, 2 RJD leaders named in NCR riot toolkit. Noida Police FIR names RJD spokespersons Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti as accused number 1 and accused number 2. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The AS
All right, viewers, welcome back. And let's go on to another top story. Now, Colonel Douglas McGregor, a former senior advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Defense, joins Deputy Executive Editor Shaheen Shahid in this Republic World episode to offer a thought-provoking perspective on the November midterm elections. Now, the former Pentagon advisor discusses the difficulties facing President Donald Trump's administration and the possibility of a major change in congressional authority as he breaks down the evolving political environment. Let's listen in as McGregor candidly discusses voter opinion, how current foreign policy choices affect domestic surveys, and why he thinks the present government will have a difficult time keeping up its momentum.
Colonel McGregor, it's always a pleasure having you. What do you really make of the threats that have now been issued? This comes after the failed talks. Many believe that it wasn't even done with the intention of coming with a particular solution in Islamabad. Now with this naval blockade, do you really believe this is going to yield any results? Do you believe that the Iranians are going to succumb under pressure?
No, I think your point up front is the right one. I don't think these talks were meant to do anything but essentially secure a ceasefire, which I guess lasts now another week. But otherwise, there was no intention of actually negotiating. So the whole thing was farcical. On the other hand, now we're hearing about this naval blockade. And many of us are asking the question, I think even some of my friends in the Navy are asking the question, what does this really mean? How do you go about this? How do you sort one tanker from another? Make the decision who is allowed to pass and who is not. I don't think these questions have been answered. I think we've got to go back and re-examine the wisdom of doing what we're doing. But I think the key point that everybody needs to keep in mind at this stage is 20% of the world's petroleum, 20% of the world's liquid natural gas, and at least a third of the world's petrochemicals and fertilizers are no longer available from the Persian Gulf. And the blockade isn't going to change that. So the opportunity to come to some sort of negotiated conclusion means the world is now facing a very, very serious crisis. And this is going to extend many weeks, I suspect, if not months and years.
Colonel McGregor, Iranians say that if this continues, they are also going to respond and respond hard. In fact, now there is perhaps the fear that Red Sea will also be activated, that is the Bab el-Mandab, which is under the control of the Houthis. Now, if at all that happens, then this is going to be a disaster for the world. Do you believe that there is a high possibility that Iranians are going to exercise the choice of activating the Houthis, of controlling Bab el-Mandab?
Once we attack again, which seems to be in the cards when the ceasefire ends, then I would expect that to happen. For the moment, I don't know if your viewers are aware of it, but the Saudis are actually paying huge sums of money to the Houthis to get them to stop. In other words, so that they will not join the fight. But if we attack Iran again, I'd say that's an absolute certainty, and that would bar access to the Red Sea and ultimately put the Suez Canal out of business. This is a very destructive outlook on life. And I think you and India and elsewhere in the world need to understand what's happening here in the United States, because the pressure is building, to be perfectly frank, to remove President Trump from office. Petrol prices in March were up by more than 21% here in the United States, the highest since 1967. And fuel prices increased by 31% during the month of March alone. So you're talking about the onset of a very deep recession in the United States and millions of angry voters. Because remember, no case for this war was ever made on the basis of U.S. national interest. The entire rationale for the war is Israel and making Israel the dominant force in the Middle East and compelling the Iranians to accept Israeli demands. The Iranians will never do that.
Colonel McGregor, what do you make of these recent moves? I'm given to understand that a third aircraft carrier is en route to the Middle East. A Marine Expeditionary Unit, that's an additional Marine Expeditionary Unit moving towards the Middle East. There is already an excess of deployment that you're really looking at in that particular region. What do you make of the military moves that are now being made by the Pentagon?
Well, President Trump has ordered these forces to deploy, and he obviously intends to recommence the war. There's no question about that at the end of this ceasefire. What you're seeing is not just reinforcement, but also replenishment, the introduction of newer weapons in some cases, but certainly everything that we had expended previously is being resourced. In other words, missiles of all types and kinds, strike weapons. And I still think that there are serious interests in going into the Persian Gulf with the Marines or the airborne forces and seizing islands.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up in the next bulletin. Coming up next, Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. And also coming up, ladies and gentlemen, ED raids AAP MP. ED raids AAP MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
More details emerge in TCS Grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old Poxo case accused Mohammed Ayaz, Mohammed Tanveer's residence. ED raids Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaborations. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after, Aam Aadmi Party MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister says BJP has begun election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar Chief Minister. Two RJD leaders named in NCR riot toolkit. Noida Police FIR names RJD spokespersons Kanchana Yadav and Priyanka Bharti as accused number 1 and accused number 2. All right, viewers, now let's go on to the first breaking news in the Nashik grooming gang case. Now, a new link has emerged, ladies and gentlemen. The HR head of a TCS Nashik unit, that is Nida Khan, has now been linked to Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, that is Shaheen. Now, as per reports, now these two had met in Delhi and were reportedly working for external networks. Now, with this, the case now gets bigger, ladies and gentlemen, bigger. Now, in the Nashik grooming gang case, now this is the new link which has emerged. The HR head of the TCS Nashik unit, Nida Khan, has now been linked to the Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, that is Shaheen. These two, as per reports, the two had met in Delhi and were reportedly working for external networks. With this, the case now gets bigger. This is the case of the corporate grooming gang case, where many of the girls, many Hindu girls were exploited, harassed, and they were continuously harassed. Even then, when they were making complaints to the HR head, it was falling to the deaf ears of the HR head because she was working in collaboration with all the accused. Many have been arrested. Now, very big developments happening here. Forensic evidence collected from firms, lobby, resort, CCTV has been accessed. Big developments. Now, this HR head of TCS Nashik unit, Nida Khan, has now been linked to Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, that is Shaheen. These two had met in Delhi and were reportedly working for external networks. The case now gets bigger. All right, I have Revati with us for more details. Revati, a connection is being established as per the reports between the HR head and the one who is one of the accused in Delhi blast case. What more details do you have, Revati? Over to you.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that as the investigation deepens in this particular matter, more and more shocking revelations are being made. As of now, the recent development which is coming up is that Nida Khan, who is the prime accused, and Nashik police are looking for her for last now 7 to 8 days, but yet she is absconding. Now a connection has been established between her and the Red Fort bomb blast case accused Dr. Shaheen, and it is being said that they were working for a same organization, external organization, which promote for carrying out such activities. Also, let me tell you that Nida Khan is a person who would tell female employees that how to wear a burqa, how to wear a hijab, how to recite a namaz, and also she would encourage them to eat beef, rather forcefully encourage to eat beef, and then she used to also tell them that what is wrong in Hindu religion, and that's how she would process all the activities of forceful conversion. Also, she was based out of Pune. She was contacted by many of the female colleagues, but let me tell you that none of this worked. Also, she is said to be the mastermind behind this plan, and as of now, the police sources indicate that she is hiding in Mumbai's Bhiwandi area, where there is maximum Muslim population, and it is becoming a task for Nashik police to find her. As I mentioned earlier, that it is a maximum Muslim populated area, hence the delay in tracing Nida Khan. Today, all the accused in this particular matter will be presented before the court by 2 to 2:30 p.m. So it will be important to see that what role exactly each accused had, because after a police custody of 4 to 5 days today, they will be presented before the court. Also, it will be important to look out that what are the developments in Nida Khan case, because she has literally erased all her digital footprints, which due to which she is not traceable at the moment. Over to you.
Yeah, definitely. Revati, stay with us while we play a ground report which was filed by Revati itself from the resort, where one of the victims alleges that she was gang raped. Now let's watch that, ladies and gentlemen.
Developments are coming in the Nashik MNC case, and the recent development where we saw exclusively on Republic is that some of the victims, actually one of the victim was brought to a resort on Trambakeshwar Road, and here we are exclusively near that very resort. As you can see, it is a very, very remote place. One of the victims was brought here and she was literally gang raped. Let me repeat, she was gang raped by the 3 of the accused. Here she was brought, which is a really, really remote place, and as you can see that there's a very pretty much silence over here. No one can actually see that what exactly is going on. This is the resort where that victim was brought and she was continuously gang raped. This is the Trambakeshwar Road where the victim was brought by three of the accused, and she was sexually assaulted and gang raped at this resort. The TCS case, which is developing further, has very developments in this very matter, and the recent development is that the victim was brought here. The SIT is currently investigating the matter. CCTV footages from this very resort has been seized by the Nashik police, and SIT has also been formed, which is currently scrutinizing the CCTVs. Now it will be important to see that from when the victim was brought here and she was sexually assaulted, actually gang raped by the accused of this very case.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the centre is preparing for a major electoral overhaul. Now, the government has proposed increasing the strength of the Lok Sabha to 850 seats, paving the way for the implementation of the Women's Reservation Act ahead of the 2029 general elections. Now, in a copy of the bill accessed by Republic TV, it outlines a significant expansion: 815 elected members from states and 35 from union territories. The bill will be introduced on April 16th. With an extensive debate expected. 18 hours in the Lok Sabha and 10 hours in the Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to address the House, while Home Minister Amit Shah will also respond to the discussion. More in this special report.
The government has proposed to increase the number of Lok Sabha seats to 850 as part of its intention to implement the Women's Reservation Act from the 2029 Lok Sabha polls. Republic has accessed the copy of the bill that seeks to increase the number of MPs. The bill proposes 815 elected MPs from states and 35 from union territories. The bill factors in seats reserved for women after reservation bill. The bill is seeking to amend the constitution for early implementation of 33% quota for women in Lok Sabha and assemblies, as well as increasing the number of seats in the lower house to 816. Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam Bill, which mandates 33% reservation for women in the Lok Sabha, state assemblies and the Delhi Assembly, will be introduced on 16th April in Lok Sabha.
If you go through the entire provisions of the bills which have been uploaded, every state, every region, every community, there is nothing to worry. Everything is taken care of. And the southern states, some people tried to mislead in the past by saying that the southern states will lose out due to their successful family planning. In fact, the southern states are fortunate that despite controlling the population growth, despite less people in terms of proportionate, in terms of ratio, they still gain because the numbers have risen proportionately. So no state is losing. So I feel this proposed bill is absolutely balanced, well thought of, and which will take care of the aspiration of every community, every region, every state.
As per sources, the discussion on the bill will continue for 18 hours in Lok Sabha and for 10 hours in Rajya Sabha. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also address the Lok Sabha regarding the Women's Reservation Amendment Bill.
4 दशकों के इंतजार के बाद संसद ने नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम पारित किया था। इससे विधानसभा और लोकसभा में महिलाओं के लिए 33% आरक्षण तय हो गया। सभी दलों ने आगे आकर इस महत्वपूर्ण कानून को समर्थन दिया। अब महिलाओं को ये जो हक मिला है ना, इस हक को लागू करने में देर नहीं होनी चाहिए।
Whereas Home Minister Amit Shah will respond to the discussion on the bill.
16, 17, 18 अप्रैल हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विधानसभा और लोकसभा में 33% आरक्षण महिलाओं को देने के लिए विशेष पार्लियामेंट का सेशन बुलाया है और अब हमारी माताएं बहनें निर्णय लेने वाली भी होंगी। विधानसभा लोकसभा में 33% उनका आरक्षण रहेगा।
Meanwhile, Congress will convene an all-party meeting on Wednesday to deliberate on the implementation of the bill. In a letter addressed to Prime Minister Modi, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy also called for an all-party meeting to deliberate on the issue in an inclusive manner.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the Enforcement Directorate, as we speak, is carrying out searches under FEMA at 10 locations in Gurugram and Jalandhar. Now, ED's Delhi unit is covering Lovely Professional University, TETR College of Business, Masters Union College of Business, and AAP MP Ashok Mittal's premises. Now, all institutions belong to the Lovely University group. Now, the searches are linked to an ongoing FEMA probe. Now, premises covered include Lovely Professional University in Jalandhar, TETR College of Business and Masters Union College of Business in Gurugram, and the residence of AAP Rajya Sabha MP Ashok Mittal. All three institutions are part of the same group, that is Lovely University Group. So search is carried out under FEMA and ED raids Lovely Professional University. Now, Mr. Mittal he runs the Lovely Professional University, and the entire family runs the Lovely Professional University, and it just doesn't end to Lovely Professional University. There are many businesses of the Mittal family. Every business is being raided as we speak. We have many raids which are happening right now. All right, let's listen in to what Aman Arora has said on this.
बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और आज सारा देश देख रहा है, बार बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट की टिप्पणियों के बावजूद भी मल्टीपल टाइम्स हम देख चुके हैं कि किस तरह से अपनी एजेंसीज़ को केंद्र सरकार, भाजपा, मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी उसको मिसयूज़ करते हैं, और ख़ास तौर पे आम आदमी पार्टी की लीडरशिप के अगेंस्ट श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से लेके मनीष जी, सत्येंद्र जैन जी, संजय सिंह जी, सबके साथ कैसे गलत केसेस में फंसाया जाता रहा है। और ये जो सारी की सारी कार्रवाई है, ये 2027 की इलेक्शन की तैयारी भाजपा कर रही है और इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है। जैसे पहले वाले केसेस में ईडी और सीबीआई के को मुंह की खानी पड़ी है, इन केसेस में भी उनको मुंह की खानी पड़ेगी। मैं कृपया करके इनसे विनती करूँगा पीएम साहब से और एचएम साहब से कि ऐसा दुरुपयोग करके आप देश में डेमोक्रेसी खत्म करने का काम कृपया ना करें। जो हम लोग बात कहते थे, चाहे वो राघव चड्ढा के बारे में कहते थे, अब उनको रिप्लेस करके अशोक मित्तल जी को बनाया गया है, तो साथ के साथ इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई शुरू होगी। तो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि उधर भी कनेक्शन जुड़े हुए थे और इधर भी हर किसी को जो आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ कंधा लगा के मजबूती के साथ खड़ा होने की बात करेगा, उसके साथ ऐसी ही कार्यवाही भाजपा और केंद्र सरकार करेगी जो कि अमानवीय है, जो कि अनडेमोक्रेटिक है।
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, disturbing scenes coming in from Turkey, where a former student opened fire inside a high school, triggering panic and chaos. At least 16 people, including students and teachers, were injured before the attacker took his own life. Now, authorities have launched a massive probe as questions mount over what drove this rare and shocking act of violence. Watch this report.
Video footage shows dozens of students running out of the school towards the gate and onto the street. A former student opened fire at a high school in southeast Turkey. This shooting left at least 16 people wounded before the shooter killed himself. The 18-year-old attacker, armed with a shotgun, fired randomly at a vocational high school before hiding inside the building. The attack left 10 students, 4 teachers, a canteen employee and a police officer wounded.
17-18 yaşlarında bir çocuktu. Birden şu dış kapıdan içeriye girdi. Nasıl girir girmez direkt silahı çekti. Uzun namluluydu. Hani şu şarjlı pompalar olur ya ondan. Direkt sağa sola başta ateş atmaya başladı. Sonra okula doğru ateş açtı. Sonra direkt koştuğu gibi içeriye girdi. İçeriden direktmen önüne gelene sıktığı gibi zaten ondan sonra öğrencilerin bağırmaları, öğretmenlerin bağırmalarıyla herkesin bir yere kaçması bir oldu. Ondan sonrasını göremedim.
The governor of the province confirmed the incident.
Bu sabah saatlerinde Siverek ilçemizde bulunan Ahmet Koyuncu Mesleki ve Teknik Anadolu Lisemizde saat 9:30 sularında bir 2007 doğumlu bir kişinin pompalı av tüfeğiyle okula girmek suretiyle burada rastgele ateş açması neticesinde maalesef 16 kişi, bunlardan 4'ü öğretmenlerimiz, 10 öğrencimiz, bir polis memurumuz ve bir kantin işletmecisi yaralanmış durumda. Şükürler olsun can kaybı yok.
While most of them were being treated in Siverek, 5 of the wounded teachers and students were transferred to a hospital in the provincial capital because the conditions were more serious. The motive for the attack remains unclear as school shootings are rare in Turkey.
Şahıs kendisi okul içerisinde polisimizin de müdahalesiyle sıkıştırıldı ve orada kendi canına kıymak suretiyle, ateş etmek suretiyle hayatını kaybetti, eks olarak ele geçirildi.
Reports said all the students were evacuated and police special operations units were deployed after the assailant refused to surrender. With school shootings rare in Turkey, the incident has sent shockwaves across the country. As families wait for answers, the big question remains, what drove a former student to carry out such a brutal attack?
All right, viewers, we're getting a big breaking news development. Russia checkmates Donald Trump on energy. Now, Russia is moving to deepen energy ties with China. The foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, says Moscow can help cover China's energy shortfall, signaling stronger Moscow-Beijing cooperation on oil and gas. Now, the move comes as global powers jockey for influence over China's energy needs, with Russia positioning itself as a reliable alternative to US-linked supply chains. Big development here. The Strait of Hormuz continues to be blockaded, earlier by the IRGC and now by the US Navy. The US naval blockade is there in place. Now, this has seriously affected the energy demands, the energy supply, the crude supply, not just for India, but also primarily for China. China was one of the biggest buyers of the Iranian crude. And also, the industry, Chinese industries need a lot of oil in this case, lot of energy, lot of gas in this case. Now Russia has come to rescue for China. Russia checkmates Trump on energy. Russia is moving to deepen energy, for resources, for oil, for gas. Now Russia is coming for rescue. Now this deepens the ties between China and Russia in this case, where Russia is coming to rescue and again going against Donald Trump's wishes. And Chinese president also wants this to happen for stability and certainty of China-Russia relations, which will add on and help China in the supply. Lavrov saying that Russia can help China on the energy shortfall. Let's listen into what has been conveyed.
Россия может, безусловно, восполнить недостаток ресурсов, который возник и у Китайской Народной Республики, и у других стран, которые заинтересованы с нами работать на равноправной, взаимовыгодной основе. И Россия об этом не раз говорила, президент касался этой темы, в том числе и в связи с планами европейских государств в лице Еврокомиссии вообще прервать любые связи с Россией в сфере энергетики, имея в виду поставки наших углеводородов.
Coming to the rescue of China, in this case Russia checkmates Donald Trump, moving to deepen energy ties with China. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow can help cover China's energy shortfall, signaling stronger Moscow-Beijing cooperation on oil and gas needs. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Bulldozer rules in Amravati on 19-year-old POXO case accused. That is Mohammed Ayaz, Mohammed Tanveer's residence. Coming up next.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines.
All right, viewers, now let's go on to a top story. Now, violence erupted in Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpur Kheri on Tuesday evening after a statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was found vandalized. Now, eyewitnesses said that preparations were underway to install a statue of Dr. Ambedkar on the land of a Buddhist monastery that had been vacant for a long time in the village. On Tuesday, the villagers installed the statue. After the installation, most of the villagers left to attend the rally, leaving mainly women at the site. Watch this report for more information on the story.
Uproar and arson in Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpur after a statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was found vandalized. Agitators took over the streets and blocked the roads in protest. Several police vehicles were vandalized and at least one vehicle was overturned during the unrest. Locals said that the preparations were underway to install a statue of B.R. Ambedkar on the land of a Buddhist monastery. On Tuesday, the villagers installed the statue. After the installation, most of the villagers left or attended the rally. Upon their return, the statue was found broken, which led to massive violence. The protesters pelted stones and resorted to violence, targeting the police vehicles.
अंबेडकर जयंती के अवसर पर मैलानी थाना क्षेत्र के बाकेगंज में एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन होना था, जिसमें बाबा साहब श्री भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी के चित्र पर माल्यार्पण और अन्य कार्यक्रम थे। इसी दौरान कुछ लोगों ने वहां एक मूर्ति स्थापित करने का प्रयास करने लगे। पुलिस ने इसको रोका। इस पर कुछ लोग उग्र हो गए और पुलिस से उलझने लगे। इसमें कुछ लोगों ने पुलिस पर पत्थरबाजी भी की। पुलिस ने तत्काल लोगों को समझाया बुझाया। हम लोग मौके पर पहुंचे और लोगों को खदेड़ा गया। वर्तमान में कानून व्यवस्था जैसी कोई समस्या नहीं है, शांति बनी हुई है। मौके पर पुलिस मौजूद है।
Heavy police force has been deployed in the village and the violence has been brought under control.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POXO case accused Mohammed Ayaz, Mohammed Tanveer's residence.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55
More details emerging. TCS Grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused terror Dr. Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POCSO case accused of Mohammed Ayaz and Mohammed Tanveer's residence. ED raids up MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids are linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs are being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP's residence was in fact raided, Kejriwal and Punjab CM say BJP has begun election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar's Chief Minister. Two RJD leaders named in NCR riot toolkit. Noida police FIR now names RJD spokesperson Kanchan Yadav and Priyanka Bharti as accused number 1 and number 2. Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, top focus at this hour are the more developments coming to light from West Asia. Now, Republic in fact has accessed a new satellite imagery showing how Iran is now rebuilding its missile cities. We're getting you these breaking developments. Now, we have visuals of Khomeini where Iran in fact has started debris removal, and satellite imagery accessed by Republic also shows how just entrances were destroyed in these attacks by US and Israel. And in fact, the internal infrastructure still remains intact. Now, this is in contradiction to what Donald Trump has been claiming so far, that Iran's capacity to build missiles has been decimated in these latest attacks. But now the imageries that in fact Republic has accessed show you something else on the ground. Now, these images that we have accessed show Iran rebuilding its missile cities right after ceasefire, and also how the attack only caused damage to several entrances and the internal infrastructure still remains intact. All right, viewers, so that's the latest we're picking up from the war zone in West Asia. Iran, as the ceasefire now takes effect, trying to rebuild its missile cities and getting into repair work right after ceasefire was declared. Now, viewers, these images on your screen show you how several entrances of these missile cities were damaged, but in fact, the internal infrastructure still remains intact. And this is in complete contradiction to what Donald Trump has been claiming, that is Iran's missile capacity, in fact, has been decimated in these latest strikes. All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking news development we're getting at this hour. Now, Raghav Chadda's Z Plus security cover, in fact, has been withdrawn by the AAP government. Now, in fact, his sources tell us he could also be getting security cover from the central government at this point. But in this immediate period, we are looking at central forces, in fact, now playing the role of intermediate security cover, as Z Plus security cover has now been withdrawn from Raghav Chadda. Now, remember, this also comes after he was ousted from his post of deputy leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha, and Ashok Mittal was the one who replaced him. So there is a clear rift that's out in the open between the AAP top leadership and Raghav Chadda. And as a fallout, as a result, we're looking at his Z Plus security cover also getting withdrawn at this moment. In fact, we are looking at Delhi police are providing interim protection to Raghav Chadda until a formal arrangement is put in place. This comes as Z Plus security cover of Raghav Chadda has now been withdrawn, and central security has now been assigned to, in fact, Raghav Chadda. All right, viewers, and now this big move, in fact, comes amid reported rift within the Aam Aadmi Party. The top leadership is clearly unhappy with the way Raghav Chadha has been acting in the upper house of the parliament, not taking up the issues that the party has been asking him to, not following the party whip, and in fact, being afraid of what claims of Prime Minister Modi. And now amidst those claims and counter-claims coming in from both the sides, we're looking at the security cover of Raghav Chadha being withdrawn. In fact, the Z plus security cover of Raghav Chadha has now been withdrawn by Punjab Police. This might now, in fact, central forces could be stepping in. They could be providing him security for the immediate period till the time a formal arrangement is put in place. Now, viewers, remember this comes amid reported rift, which is now out in the open within the Aam Aadmi Party. The top leadership clearly not being happy with the way Raghav Chadha has been acting in the upper house of the parliament and not following the party whip, not raising the issues the top leadership has been asking him. All right, my colleague Harsh now joins me with more details on this. Harsh, do tell us now, first removal from his post from Rajya Sabha and now security cover also being withdrawn by the Aam Aadmi Party. So clearly the rift is now out in the open between Raghav Chadha and the top leadership within AAP.
Right, Ishita. In fact, top party sources have confirmed that the Punjab government has now in fact removed Z plus security, has now taken Z plus security away from its own MP Raghav Chadha. Now this comes after there are rifts in between the top leadership of Aam Aadmi Party and Raghav Chadha. He was earlier removed from his deputy leader position in Rajya Sabha. Now this again comes as a big development. It is being said that for time being, Delhi police has been instructed to provide security to Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadha, and it is also being claimed that Raghav Chadha, in the due course of time, might get some kind of central security after the government of Punjab has decided to remove the Z plus security that was earlier given to him. Top sources have in fact maintained that this development comes at a time when there are some kind of rifts between the top leadership of Aam Aadmi Party and Raghav Chadha. This was a big decision that, in fact, the government of Punjab has taken. Raghav Chadha's Z plus security cover that was given to him by the government of Punjab has been taken away. Now, this has been confirmed by top party sources earlier this morning.
Right, of course. Harsh, also the last time he was removed from his post in Rajya Sabha, we saw a major reaction coming in from Raghav Chadha, wherein he put out a video saying he's unafraid, he's not afraid of the Aam Aadmi Party leadership. Is there any reaction that's come in on this move by the party?
Ishita, this is a very fresh development that we are fetching for our viewers, but there is no official confirmation at this time. Raghav Chadha himself has not reacted onto this matter. No senior Aam Aadmi Party leader, in fact, has reacted on this matter. However, top sources have confirmed that this development has taken place. In fact, this was the decision that was taken earlier last week. Punjab government has decided to take away the Z plus category security that was given to him. And now, for time being, Delhi police has been instructed to provide interim security to Rajya Sabha MP Raghav Chadha until some kind of central security cover is provided to him.
All right, Harsh. Thanks so much for joining us on this and giving us the latest we are picking up on this big development. And now viewers are moving on to another big development we're getting from the war zone in West Asia. Now US has imposed a naval blockade all around Iranian ports, essentially meaning that any ship that tries to enter or exit Iran port will be halted by the US Navy. Now CENTCOM claims in its latest tweet that in about 36 hours, 90% of Iran's sea trade has come to a halt. And one major country that's been impacted by this naval blockade by the US, in fact, is China. Now we're looking at this. In fact, we're looking at this escalating into a major conflict between China as well as the US, as Chinese tankers are the ones which frequent the Strait of Hormuz most recently. Now, let's take a look at this package where our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami tells you how this could impact China and American ties going forward.
10 workers killed, 23 injured in an explosion at power plant in Chhattisgarh's Sakti. The explosion occurred around 2 p.m. yesterday when around 40 to 50 laborers were working at the site. Preliminary reports say the explosion occurred in a boiler tube at Vedanta power plant in Singhitari village. According to police, 3 victims were killed on the spot while the others succumbed to injuries at hospitals. Several workers suffered severe burn injuries and were immediately rushed to nearby hospitals for advanced treatment. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Deosai said action will be taken against the responsible entities.
देखिए, घटना दुखद है और इस दुख की घड़ी में संवेदना हम लोगों की उनके परिवार के साथ में है और जो भी मृतक हैं उनकी आत्मा को भगवान शांति दे और इसकी जांच होगी और जांच में जो भी दोषीदार पाए जाएंगे उनके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी.
PM Modi announced financial assistance worth rupees 2 lakh for the victims. Meanwhile, Congress MLA Ram Kumar Yadav staged a protest outside the plant demanding adequate compensation for the victim.
देखिए, आज पावर प्लांट के आज लापरवाही के कारण बहुत बड़ा यहाँ पर दुखद घटना घटी है. इस घटना जो घटी है ये इसलिए घटी है कि जब इस गांव के लोग जब पावर प्लांट को दिए तो एथेना के नाम से दिए थे और एथेना ने पावर प्लांट तैयार किया जमीन ग्रहण करके और सब सिस्टम बनाया, पता नहीं क्यों चालू नहीं कर पाया. इसलिए आज यहाँ पर इतना बड़ा घटना घटी है जिसमें 10 से 15 लोग अभी डेड बॉडी मिल चुका है. 15-20 जने जो है गंभीर रूप से उसको घायल है. उसको अभी तक पावर प्लांट के जो मैनेजमेंट है किसी प्रकार का यहाँ पर कोई बात नहीं रख रहे हैं. कोई महिला आगे पूछ रहा है मेरा पति कहाँ है, कोई बेटी आगे पूछ रहा है मेरा पिताजी कहाँ है. यहाँ पर कोई बताने की स्थिति में नहीं है, सब भाग गए हैं. हम किससे पूछे?
The accident has raised concerns about the safety standards at large power plants handling high pressure boilers.
All right, viewers, more developments coming to light in the Nashik grooming gang scandal. Now we're getting some Malaysia link. In fact, that has now come to surface. Now, grooming gang has been linked to a Malaysian preacher that's coming to light. And the focus is now on this Malaysia-based preacher, which is in fact part of this module. Now, this Malaysian preacher features in these WhatsApp chats that the public has now accessed, revealing more links in the Nashik grooming gang scandal. This Malaysian preacher, in fact, was introduced to TCS victims via a video, and this Malaysian preacher brainwashed these victims. Now, remember, these victims, several of the TCS employees started adopting Islamic practices. They were forced to eat meat, recite namaz, and all of this, in fact, was coming from this Malaysian preacher, apparently. Now, this preacher spoke to high-paying jobs and lifestyle. He tried to brainwash these victims, and eventually these victims in fact started adopting more Islamic practices. And this is a big link that has come to light just today. This Malaysian preacher now being involved in brainwashing these TCS victims. Now remember, today in fact 4 more victims have come forward, breaking their silence and giving more details of their sexual harassment that took place. This essentially takes the victim count to about 14 in this case. And more layers are now being revealed as a Malaysian preacher links also come to light. In fact, viewers, certain questions are now being raised about the probe that's been conducted by TCS in this case. Questions over transparency, question why no further action was taken despite victims raising their complaints several times. What roles did the accused in fact hold in this entire module? Now remember, this has been going for several months in fact, and were proper background checks done by the organization when they hired these top officials, the HR official as well. Now remember, this HR official, Nida Khan, in fact, who was responsible for taking care of the victims, was involved in facilitating this brainwashing, this post-conversion at TCS unit. In fact, we're getting more and more developments in this case. It's becoming murkier by the day. And my colleague Shavan Se now also joins me, giving us some more details about these Malaysian link that has come to light in the Nashik grooming gang scandal?
Well, in fact, the latest details coming in from the investigation that has been carried out by the SIT is a Malaysian preacher. In fact, it turns out that the Malaysian preacher was basically running a full-scale module. Now, what they are basically trying to establish is that whether at all this was being carried out over a long period of time. Secondly, what are the international connections that are basically emerging at this point in time? And more importantly, was he still continuing with his preachers? Now, that is what the SIT is essentially looking at. Now, let's be very clear that it's not a single module that you're basically looking at. There are multiple FIRs that have been registered, 9 FIRs that have been registered, and 3 more likely to be arrested. So this is an ongoing operation. They believe that this is not being limited to perhaps just one corporate firm. There is a possibility that they were also operating in other corporate firms. That is what is being investigated right now. It has been localized to a certain extent that it is in Nashik, but some information now basically emerging that this could go well beyond TCS and the others also.
Essentially, this could be much bigger than it was initially expected, and we're looking at more and more international links also now emerging in this case. Now, what details do we have about this specific Malaysian preacher who was involved in brainwashing these victims at TCS?
Well, it was not just one person, that is Imran, by the name of Imran, and he was basically in touch with the others. The Malaysian preacher happens to be someone who was running a full-fledged module is what we are being told. In fact, the accused in this particular case, Danish and the others, Tosif, they were all linked to the Malaysian preacher. In fact, it turns out that he was based out of Malaysia and thereafter basically came to India too. There have been multiple meetings that have actually taken place. Now, that's a preliminary information really coming in. In terms of what kind of radicalization materials were used, that is a subject of investigation at this stage. In fact, we're trying to get in more details with regards to whether at all this has been linked to other Islamic preachers, because in Malaysia, remember, there are other Islamic preachers who have come into the fore in the past. So that is another angle that is also being looked into.
Thank you, Shaheen Shahid, for joining us and giving us all these details in this case. Now we're looking at external hand, in fact, being revealed in the Nashik grooming gang scandal, and more links now coming to light as a Malaysian preacher was in fact involved in brainwashing these victims at the TCS unit in Nashik. All right, viewers, and now that's the link, in fact, that has come to light in this case. We're being told that there was a Malaysian link, a preacher that was brainwashing these victims, sending videos to these victims at TCS unit in Nashik and controlling. So essentially, the entire conversion and the sexual harassment module being operated by someone who is based in Malaysia. So there is clearly an external hand involved in this module that has now come to light of corporate jihad unfolding right in front of our eyes at a TCS unit in Nashik. Now, it's really concerning at how these victims were brainwashed. They started adopting Islamic practices. They were forced to recite namaz, eat meat, and in fact, mock their own religion. Or in fact, my colleague Revati also gives us a detailed report about what's happening on the ground and where is investigation at this stage in this case. Take a look.
New developments are coming in the Nashik MNC case, and the recent development where we saw exclusively on Republic is that some of the victims, actually one of the victim was brought to a resort on Trambakeshwar Road, and here we are exclusively near that very resort. As you can see, it is a very remote place. One of the victims was brought here and she was literally gang raped. Let me repeat, she was gang raped by the 3 of the accused. Here she was brought, which is a really remote place, and as you can see that there's a very pretty much silence over here. No one can actually see that what exactly is going on. This is the resort where that victim was brought and she was continuously gang raped. This is the Trambakeshwar Road where the victim was brought by three of the accused, and she was sexually assaulted and gang raped at this resort. The TCS case, which is developing further, has very developments in this very matter, and the recent development is that the victim was brought here. The SIT is currently investigating the matter. CCTV footages from this very resort has been seized by the Nashik police, and SIT has also been formed, which is currently scrutinizing the CCTVs. Now it will be important to see that from when the victim was brought here and she was sexually assaulted, actually gang raped by the accused of this very case.
All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking news development we're getting at this hour. Now, DMK, in fact, has announced that it will be releasing a black protest just tomorrow, and this is over the delimitation exercise. Now, the Chief Minister of the state, M.K. Stalin, in fact, has come out with this announcement. Just now, he said that let the black flags rise, Tamil Nadu will fight, Tamil Nadu will win. Now, that's the post put up by Tamil Nadu's CM as he announces a black protest just tomorrow, and this is over the delimitation exercise. He also raises questions, is this a punishment meted out to Tamil Nadu and other southern states for the crime of striving for India's growth? Now, we're looking at this centre divide versus the southern states are getting wider as Tamil Nadu's CM now declares a black flag protest tomorrow over delimitation. My colleague Shada now joins me on this. Shada, to give us details about this, we're looking at this rift now widening between the centre and the state of Tamil Nadu. The CM has already announced a black protest tomorrow over delimitation.
Well, the delimitation process is something that the DMK has been against since the last 2025 last year, and now with the bill going to be introduced in the parliament in the upcoming session, the DMK leader M.K. Stalin has called for a meeting with all the MPs. All 40 MPs of the DMK attended it through a video conference today at 11 a.m. Finally, on the decision that they're going to be standing against the bill and that they do not approve of the delimitation that should be passed in the parliament, pointing out if the delimitation does happen in the state of Tamil Nadu, that the state will have a drawback based on the population because the number of seats will not be increased as much as it's required, and also pointed out how states like Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan will receive more, double the number of seats than what it already has, giving them a mere drawback in the number of MPs that will be from the southern states. Also pointing out that the delimitation is not done in a fair method. The DMK leader has called for protest tomorrow in the entire state of Tamil Nadu, but instead of a major rally that's going to be going as a protest, everybody is being asked to raise a black flag outside their house and public places, outside the DMK functionary offices in all districts in the state of Tamil Nadu. The parliament leaders of the DMK are also going to be protesting the bill by wearing their black shirts and their black saris and coming and protesting in the parliament with saying that they do not approve of this bill.
All right, thanks Shada for joining us. We'll continue, of course, to track this black flag protest that's set to take place tomorrow in the state. Now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we get you all the details about another sex scandal coming to light from Maharashtra and how a teen has now been arrested over circulating objectionable videos and photographs of minors.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets.
Making it South versus North has been the favorite game of the DMK. A few days before Tamil Nadu votes, will MK Stalin use delimitation as an election calling card? Our focus on Verdict 2026 at 6 p.m. this evening.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj, and Bihar has now gotten its first BJP Chief Minister. Nitish Kumar has put down his papers, and the Deputy Chief Minister, former Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary, has now taken over as the Chief Minister of Bihar. Getting you all the details. Here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. More details emerge in TCS Grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused Shaheen. Maharashtra teenager arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POXO case accused Mohammed Ayaz, Mohammed Tanveer's residence. ED raids AAP MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister say BJP has begun the election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar's Chief Minister. Malaysian preacher linked to grooming gang used WhatsApp and videos to lure victims abroad with promises of high-paying jobs and a luxurious lifestyle. Viewers, starting first with a fresh breaking development that we're getting in, and this comes from the Nashik TCS conversion case. Now, deleted chats of the accused who've been arrested has been now discovered by the police force. Police sources suggest that deleted chats have been recovered, and this could have a crucial role in the role of investigation towards the accused, and it will be important in today's hearing regarding what will be presented. Now remember, deleted WhatsApp chats have been recovered in the TCS Grooming gang case in Nashik. Police has gotten its hands on deleted WhatsApp chats. Now remember, WhatsApp groups remained at the center of the grooming gang conspiracy in Nashik, where the police found out that 8 to 10 people were part of a WhatsApp group where all discussions regarding this entire racket, regarding this entire grooming gang were taking place. In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Revati to get us more details into the matter. Revati, speak to us about the deleted chats that have been recovered by the police, and what can it lead to next? We know that the entire conspiracy is pegged around a WhatsApp chat of about 8 to 10 people where everything was planned, including the people who are going to be the targets of the grooming gang. Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that a WhatsApp group was run to carry out these activities where they would forcefully convert female employees, as well as they would sexually assault these female employees. Not only just female employees, but one statement which we saw on Republic where a male employee was also forcefully converted, and in his statement he has clearly said that during the month of Ramadan he was forcefully asked to wear the cap and offer namaz and also follow the rituals which are usually followed during the month of Ramzan. Also, then he was added to a specific WhatsApp group, and then he was made a part of that group where he was brainwashed, not only him but also many others who were on the target of this particular group. When the accused were arrested by the Nashik police or the SIT, then their mobile phones were also confiscated, and the SIT as well as the Nashik police were continuously tracking or trying to retrieve the data in those specific mobile phones, because what did the WhatsApp group actually possess, or what were the chats, or what was the process of brainwashing. All these details are in the mobile phones, so it is really important that now the chats have been retrieved and they are being cross-checked by the SIT. Over to you.
Right, Revati. In fact, also speak to us about the possible links that are coming out now. You know, the digital trail that has been traced by the police, they already say that there could be international links to this entire grooming gang case, especially following back to a preacher in Malaysia. So give us details about that also, Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that there are high possibilities that there is a international link to this and also some external agencies link, because number one, Nida Khan, who is still absconding and she is said to be the mastermind. She met Dr. Shaheen, who is accused in Red Fort bomb blast. She met her, or she is related to her. So this is number one, that why it can be possible that there are links to the external agencies. Also, it is said that in the probe which is done by SIT, it has come to light that during the process of forceful conversion, the WhatsApp group which was formed by these group of people, there a Malaysian preacher would come and talk to these employees, brainwashed employees, and would talk to them over video conference, and he would preach about a specific religion. So this is currently under investigation as of now.
Right, Revati, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, continue being with us on the broadcast. We're also getting in some more breaking developments, in fact, exclusive ones into the case. Now, we were shifting focus. We're getting in exclusive developments in the Nashik case. At least 3 more women have come forward and filed their FIR against those who've been accused of not just sexual harassment, but also forceful conversion in Tata Consultancy Services in Nashik. Now, remember, this takes the entire toll, or the number of FIRs that have been filed in this case to 14 earlier. It was just 9 FIRs, more and more cases coming forward. Now, SIT was sitting down to counsel these women who were scared, they were timid, and they could not manage to come out of the trauma and file their FIRs, but they have now shown courage and have filed FIR against the accused persons. Now, it is yet to be seen what is it that these victims have said against the entire ordeal that unfolded in Tata Consultancy Services grooming gang racket in Nashik. But viewers, for now, the exclusive information that we're getting in is that at least 3 more victims have filed fresh FIRs against the accused members in Nashik, taking the entire number of FIRs to 14 from an earlier 9. Now, remember, police has managed to apprehend 6 people and have also found WhatsApp chats that link back to an international trail all the way to Malaysia in this case. An SIT investigation is being thoroughly carried out. In fact, the suspects have been suspended by Tata Consultancy Services. Revati, my colleague, continues being with us on the broadcast. Revati, more revelations come forward. The number of FIRs has now reached 14. 3 more women have shown courage, they've come forward and they filed their cases. Talk to us about the details. And in case you know what was the ordeal, was it a similar case that unfolded with the other 9 people who had, filed their FIRs? Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, that the number of FIRs have gone to number 14 because there were around 11 FIRs registered in this matter. 3 of the victims who were counselled by the SIT or the Nashik police have now confirmed that they will be filing a official FIR, but it is not yet clear whether it is of sexual assault or forceful conversion. If we look at the previous data, out of 11 FIRs which were filed, 2 of them were of forceful conversion and 9 of them were of sexual assault. So it will be important to see that what exactly these FIRs have to say. But before going into more details of this particular matter, I have with me Mr. Arvind Kulkarni. He has worked for around 16 years with WNS in the same premises. He'll just give us some insights on what exactly used to happen in the premises. So, sir, I would like to know that what exactly used to happen in the premises. You have worked in the very particular that premises for 16 years.
See, that particular building was employing about 1,500 employees, including TCS, and it was very common that boys, girls move around during break times or lunch times, and they would approach the roads next to our building and all that. So many times hand in hand, hand on shoulder and like that, shoulder like that. So that is a very common thing. And yeah, it's not only Nashik. If you go to the metros, you will find worst things happening in the premises of such workplaces.
So, in the premises specifically where you have worked for many years now, where you have seen that TCS was also there at that very floor. So, were you able to observe any kind of such activities which are being now reported in the Nashik TCS case?
So in fact, TCS operations in Nashik are and were very small compared to the company for which I was working, and it was very rare occasion to see those employees either on the staircase or because mostly lifts are used, so that was never ever the visually visible thing kind of.
But you did notice that some of the youths were lingering around around the premises. Were there any strict action taken against them?
So whenever required, yes, as a company for which I was working, wherever we felt that the things are going in an objectionable way, we have immediately taken actions which will curtail the behavior of employees in a manner the way they are expected to behave within the rules of policies.
So my last question to you is, there's one aspect of this particular case, TCS MNC case, where it is said that in the premises there's a terrace out there and there they used to recite a namaz. And do you have any information whether the TCS Nashik had a prayer room and all this was happening in prayer room or openly and forcefully?
No, I'm not privy to it because their premises is completely different, and the terrace arrangement that you are talking about, it must have been held with the owner of the building, and we had no connect with that at all. Yeah.
So now you look at this particular incident, it is kind of a delayed acknowledgement by the TCS. You have worked as senior HR manager. How do you look at it?
See, actually what happens is every company has its own internal system to manage or handle the things. So similarly, TCS might have had internal inquiry going on. They might have, primary evidences they might have collected. See, the police investigations and the company investigations are different. So company might have, from their internal
protocol, how does an internal investigation goes? Because that's what TCS said has in its statement. So you have been a senior HR person there. So how is an internal investigation carried out?
See, unless and until there is a written complaint given or submitted by the individual employee, no inquiry or investigation starts, because either it has to be reported by individual employee herself or co-employees or her manager or HR, like that, and then only investigations would happen. On their own, nobody starts the investigations.
And my question that how do you look at this particular incident, being a senior manager now that you have retired? So how do you look at it?
See, actually it is very shameful. We can understand that, okay, when youngsters are working together, few things would happen during interactions and all, but going to this extent, it is really a blot on corporate world, I would say, because this has created a huge speculations in the minds of corporate people now, and definitely the parents of the girls, those who are working in such corporates, they will have a all-time worry whether they should allow their wards to work in such companies or not.
Right. As you can see that it is mentioned by Arvind Kulkarni that girls and boys used to usually linger around the premises, and it was pretty much evident that they used to hang out hand in hand or hugging each other or kissing each other. This was the situation there. But also there's one important thing which we need to highlight here is that this is happening on a peak in corporate world, especially now in Maharashtra after this particular incident is uncovered. Over to you.
Right, Revati, thanks for getting us that detailed lowdown. In fact, this was a conversation that was quite revealing. For now, viewers, we're also getting you an exclusive conversation that my colleague Anaya has had with the MLA Farande over the Nashik grooming gang case. Take a listen.
पहले महिलाओं ने आगे आके उसके बारे में तकरार अर्जी नहीं किया और इसीलिए ये प्रकरण जो है बढ़ता रहा और TCS की भी गलती है, मीन्स जो कंपनी जो है उनके मैनेजर हो गए, जो वरिष्ठ हो गए, उन्होंने महिलाओं ने उसके अंदर तकरार की हुई थी, लेकिन उसको उन्होंने गौर से नहीं देखा और इसकी वजह से ये प्रकरण जो है दिन प्रतिदिन बढ़ता गया।
निदा खान अभी भी फरार चल रही है और उसका कुछ पता नहीं है कि वो कहाँ गई है पहले दिन से जब तक पता चला है कि ये पूरा TCS का कांड सामने आया उसके बाद से।
नासिक की पुलिस उसको पूरी तरह से ढूंढ रही है, मेरे को आशा है कि बिल्कुल उसको ढूंढ को निकालेंगे।
आप हमेशा धर्मांतरण के लिए कानून लाने के ऊपर है ना प्रखर रही हैं, आपकी आवाज़ प्रखर रही है, लेकिन इस तरह का इतना बड़ा रैकेट चलता रहा और पता लग रहा है कि बाहर से भी फंडिंग हो रही थी, बहुत बड़ा रैकेट है, इसके बारे में क्यों पता नहीं लग पाया?
इसके अंदर हमको एक बार तो 1.5 साल पहले मैंने एक ऐसी IT कंपनी के पीछे एक कैफ़े था, उसको मैंने खुद जाके तोड़ दिया था, लेकिन जब महिलाएं आगे आती है तो हम उसके ऊपर बोल सकते हैं। और क्या हो रहा है कि अभी धर्मांतरण का तो कानून आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने महाराष्ट्र में लागू कर दिया है और ये बहुत ही गंभीरता से इस प्रकरण को महाराष्ट्र की सरकार जो है वो देख रही है। जो कोई इसके अंदर गलत दिखा दे रहे हैं, जो गुनहगार हैं, उनको बिल्कुल कड़क से कड़क शासन ये सरकार करेगी।
Viewers, now shifting focus to Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpuri district. Now, huge violence and huge protests have broken out after Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's statue was vandalized on Tuesday. Now, it was first installed on a Buddhist land that was vacant for yesteryears, and when people returned after attending an event, that statue was vandalized, prompting immense violence and protests. Now, in fact, police vehicles were also targeted, with specific cases of vandalism coming to light from Lakhimpuri. Take a look at what unfolded.
Uproar and arson in Uttar Pradesh's Lakhimpur after a statue of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was found vandalized. Agitators took over the streets and blocked the roads in protest. Several police vehicles were vandalized and at least one vehicle was overturned during the unrest. Locals said that the preparations were underway to install a statue of B.R. Ambedkar on the land of a Buddhist monastery. On Tuesday, the villagers installed the statue. After the installation, most of the villagers left or attended the rally. Upon their return, the statue was found broken, which led to massive violence. The protesters pelted stones and resorted to violence, targeting the police vehicles.
अम्बेडकर जयंती के अवसर पर मैलानी थाना क्षेत्र के बाकेगंज में एक कार्यक्रम का आयोजन होना था, जिसमें बाबा साहब श्री भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी के चित्र पर माल्यार्पण और अन्य कार्यक्रम थे। इसी दौरान कुछ लोगों ने वहां एक मूर्ति स्थापित करने का प्रयास करने लगे। पुलिस ने इसको रोका। इस पर कुछ लोग उग्र हो गए और पुलिस से उलझने लगे। इसमें कुछ लोगों ने पुलिस पर पत्थरबाजी भी की। पुलिस ने तत्काल लोगों को समझाया बुझाया। हम लोग मौके पर पहुंचे और लोगों को खदेड़ा गया। वर्तमान में कानून व्यवस्था जैसी कोई समस्या नहीं है, शांति बनी हुई है। मौके पर पुलिस मौजूद है।
Heavy police force has been deployed in the village and the violence has been brought under control.
Viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Now, the DMK party, led by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, has once again put its foot down on delimitation. In fact, they have increased their vehement condemnation of delimitation, calling it a move to marginalize the southern states. Those calls have gone up once again. DMK remains at the center of the delimitation controversy that has been rigged up once again as the state prepares to go to assembly elections. Now, remember, delimitation is the process of redrawing the boundaries of territorial constituencies for both Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies to reflect changes in population over time. And now a DMK has come forward arguing that delimitation is based on current population figures and punishes southern states like Tamil Nadu for their success in population control and economic development. That has remained their stance. And now in the latest, we're learning that Chief Minister Stalin has called for citizens to hoist black flags at their homes on the 16th of April in protest against the central government's plan to introduce a constitutional amendment during a special session of the parliament. That's the latest that we're getting in. A state-sponsored protest against delimitation just as Tamil Nadu is set to go into assembly elections.
Yeah, when two of their opposition party states are going, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu is going for polls, they want to call the parliament immediately and put pressure on these parties because both these party MPs will stand against this delimitation. So they don't want these MPs to come there. But anyhow, we are going there, but still the numbers will be less. So they want that had to happen and that the bill which was introduced by them should be accepted by the House. That is why they are doing all those things. They are anti-people. Their planning is that their states which they are ruling, the UP, the MP, with so much high population because they have failed in the population control. They want those states to get more number of seats. And Tamil Nadu will get a lesser number of seats. Even if it is proportionate, with 82 MPs in UP, if it is proportionate, they will get more than 100. Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh will get more than 100. Bihar will get more. They want that to happen because they fear that they will fail in the next elections.
Yesterday, our leader, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has released a video format where he has clearly said that what are the outcomes which will be against the interests of the southern states, especially for Tamil Nadu. And today we had a meeting with all the DMK MPs and said that all of us, irrespective of the election work which is there, very important also, we have to go there because today the delimitation bill is a dangerous one. It's a draconian one, which is going to take away the rights of the people of southern India. And they are disguising it in the forefront, bringing in the women's bill. The women's bill is very, very clear. The women's bill clearly says that it will come into effect only after the delimitation. So what is the hurry? Now, the delimitation, already we have raised a concern. Why are you doing that when majority of the states are in the election mode? Why can't you wait? Let's wait and do it. Let's get the consensus of all the political party leaders. Without doing that, they want to take away. In today's Hindustan Times has clearly said, if they try to bring in the delimitation with today's 2011's population, Uttar Pradesh, the state which benefits the most, from 80 MP seats now will jump to 140 seats. Bihar 40 to 73, Rajasthan 25 to 48, Madhya Pradesh 29 to 51, Maharashtra from 48 to 79, Tamil Nadu from 39 to 51, Kerala from 20 to 23, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana put together, where Mr. Naidu, this is for Mr. Naidu for you, 42 to 59, Odisha 21 to 29. I'm saying, is this what we want? You in the 70s said, please try to limit the population. There was a directive from the union government to reduce population. We too asked to. They had 2 children. We followed it. People of Tamil Nadu and southern state followed it. Then we too asked 1. We also followed it. But what are you doing? You're punishing us for following the directives of the central government. Today, the states which never follow the directive, which are where the population boom and are sucking up our country's GDP, are benefiting with more members of parliament. This is anti-democratic. We say we want to do it proportionately so that our rights, our voting rights, southern states does not lose. But Modi feels that he can be a dictator for life. This is a step towards dictatorship.
केंद्र सरकार जो है 16 से 18 को होने वाले स्पेशल सेशन में जो है डिलिमिटेशन का जो एक अमेंडमेंट है वो ला रही है। बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ जम्मू कश्मीर सरकार में मंत्री जावेद राणा मौजूद हैं। राणा साहब, अब कहा जा रहा है कि जो अभी तक सीट्स हैं वो तकरीबन दोगुनी हो जाएंगी, 850 पहुंच जाएंगी और यूटीज केंद्र शासित प्रदेश में भी सीटों की संख्या 18 से 35 चली जाएगी। किस तरह से आप देखते हैं?
अच्छी बात है कि रिप्रेजेंटेशन बढ़े और हर एरियाज की एरिया वाइज रिप्रेजेंटेशन आ जाए, लेकिन हर चीज़ के लिए एक सेट प्रोसीजर है। आपकी भी सेंसस आई नहीं है तो आप कैसे डिलिमिटेशन कर रहे हैं? पहले तो पता चले मर्दमशुमारी कहाँ आपने सीट बढ़ानी है, वुमेन्स के लिए कहाँ रिजर्वेशंस करनी है और किस एरिया को क्या रिप्रेजेंटेशन देनी है, ये सब चीज़ें जो हैं ये एक प्रोसीजर में शामिल हैं। आप 2011 की सेंसस के मुताबिक आप यहाँ डिलिमिटेशन करने जा रहे हो, बाइफिकेशन करने जा रहे हो, तो ये कोई दुरुस्त फैसला मैं समझा हूँ कि सब तवालत में है। और इस पे पहले डिलिमिटेशंस की रिपोर्ट आ जाए और उसके बाद प्रॉपर तरीके से रिप्रेजेंटेशंस वुमेन को भी दी जाएं और जो भी रिप्रेजेंटेशन आप सीटें बढ़ाना चाहते हैं सीटें बढ़ाएं, लेकिन इसके लिए डिलिमिटेशन से पहले और वुमेन रिजर्वेशन से पहले आपकी सेंसस होनी चाहिए।
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap for you in this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we bring you explosive details on how the ED has now filed a case against Ashok Mittal and is raiding the AAP MP Mittal's house. ED claims that raids are linked to foreign collaborations, and sources say fees from NRIs are being expected. In fact, also on the other side, just minutes after the AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab's Chief Minister say BJP has begun their election work. Getting you all the details on these explosive allegations on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 20.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी मनी मनी मनी एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. the Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, the TCS Grooming gang scandal is becoming bigger by the day. Now 4 more victims have come out today, breaking their silence and detailing their allegations of sexual harassment and forced conversion attempts. Now this takes the victim count to about 14 and we'll get you all the details on this big case. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. More details emerge in TCS Grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in the case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused Nida Dr. Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POXO case accused of Mohammed and Mohammed Tanveer's residence. ED raids AAP MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaboration. Sources now say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab CM say BJP has begun its election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar's new Chief Minister. Malaysian preacher linked to grooming gang scandal used WhatsApp and videos to lure victims abroad with promises of high-paying jobs and luxury lifestyle. All right, here's our top focus at this hour. More developments coming to light from the war zone in West Asia. Now, it looks like that Iran is bouncing back after extensive damage was done to its missile cities by US and Israel. Now, new satellite imagery shows Iran rebuilding its missile cities when ceasefire has come into effect. In fact, we have visuals of a Khomein. This is where Iran has started debris removal, and the satellite imagery that Republic has accessed now shows just entrances. In fact, of these missile cities were destroyed in attacks, and the internal infrastructure still remains intact. Now, visuals on your screen, exclusive satellite imagery accessed by Republic shows that missile cities, this is where Iran's missile stockpile has been stored. In fact, it remains intact. It's only their entrances which have been damaged by the US and Israeli attacks. Now, remember, this is in complete contradiction to what the US President Donald Trump has been claiming, that Iran's missile capabilities have been decimated in these recent attacks. But contrary to what Donald Trump is now claiming, the images on ground, the exclusive satellite imagery shows that Iran is bouncing back, rebuilding its missile cities, and in fact, the internal infrastructure inside these cities where most of its stockpiles have been stored still remains intact. And now, viewers, a major diplomatic signal coming in from Europe. Now, Italy has suspended its defense agreement with Israel amid the escalating conflict in West Asia. And this move comes at a time when tensions are rising in Lebanon and the wider region as well, raising questions about whether traditional allies are beginning to rethink their position in this conflict. Now, Italy's decision to halt its defense pact with Israel marks a significant shift in global diplomacy. So with war expanding across the region and pressure certainly mounting internationally, the big question now is if this is a temporary pause or the start of a broader realignment against Israel. Take a look at this report.
Italy's Prime Minister said that a defense agreement with Israel has been suspended.
La nostra collocazione è europea e occidentale. Io mi attengo a quella che tra l'altro condivido pienamente. Poi, quando ci sono delle cose che non condividiamo, agiamo di conseguenza. Voi non me lo avete chiesto, ma il governo, ad esempio, in considerazione della situazione attuale che stiamo vivendo, ha deciso di sospendere il rinnovo automatico dell'accordo di difesa con Israele.
The decision was announced by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, marking a sharp shift from her government's earlier pro-Israel stance. The agreement, first signed in 2003, covered military cooperation, including training, technology sharing, and defense equipment exchange. But now, Rome has decided to halt its automatic renewal, citing the current situation in the Middle East. The trigger? Israel's escalating military actions, particularly strikes in Lebanon, which have drawn sharp criticism from European leaders. And now, during the talks between Israel and Lebanon in the US, Rubio has warned to not expect an immediate agreement.
This is a process, not an event. This is more than just one day. This will take time, but we believe it is worth this endeavor, and it's a historic gathering that we hope to build on. And the hope today is that we can outline the framework upon which a permanent and lasting peace can be developed. So that, as I said, the people of Israel can live in peace, and the people of Lebanon can live not just in peace, but the prosperity and security that they deserve.
Tensions spiked further after Israeli forces fired warning shots near Italian UN peacekeeping troops in Lebanon, raising serious security concerns in Rome. Israel has played down the impact, claiming the agreement had no substantive content. But the signal is clear. This is not just about one agreement. With European nations increasingly critical and pressure mounting internationally, the big question now is this: the beginning of a broader isolation for Israel, or just a temporary strategic pause?
All right, here's now moving on. China is pushing back on claims made by reports that China was in fact arming Iran. Now, Foreign Ministry, a spokesperson, has come out with a statement saying that reports of Chinese military support to Tehran are purely fabricated. He also warned that if Washington uses those accusations to justify new tariff hikes on China, Beijing will in fact hit back with countermeasures. Now, viewers, this statement raises stakes in the US-China tension and what could possibly escalate to a tariff war between the two economic giants. We're looking at China now responding to reports that Beijing, in fact, has been arming Iran against the US and Israel. So China here completely denying any support being provided to Tehran in this conflict and calling all the reports of support being provided to Iran as purely fabricated. It also goes on to warn US that if any action is taken based on those purely fabricated reports, that China will hit back with countermeasures. Now, viewers, disturbing scenes coming in from Turkey. This is where a former student opened fire inside a high school, triggering panic and chaos on the ground. Now, at least 16 people, including some students and teachers, were injured before the attacker took his own life. Now, officials have launched a massive probe as questions mount over what drove this rare and shocking act of violence inside a school. Take a look.
Video footage shows dozens of students running out of the school towards the gate and onto the street. A former student opened fire at a high school in southeast Turkey. This shooting left at least 16 people wounded before the shooter killed himself. The 18-year-old attacker, armed with a shotgun, fired randomly at a vocational high school before hiding inside the building. The attack left 10 students, 4 teachers, a canteen employee and a police officer wounded.
17-18 yaşlarında bir çocuktu. Birden şu dış kapıdan içeriye girdi. Nasıl girir girmez direkt silahı çekti. Uzun namluluydu. Hani şu jargılı pompalar olur ya ondan. Direkt sağa sola başta ateş atmaya başladı. Sonra okula doğru ateş açtı. Sonra direkt koştuğu gibi içeriye girdi. İçeriden direktmen önüne gelene sıktığı gibi zaten ondan sonra öğrencilerin bağırmaları, öğretmenlerin bağırmalarıyla herkesin bir yere kaçışması bir oldu. Ondan sonrasını göremedim.
The governor of the province confirmed the incident.
Bu sabah saatlerinde Siverek ilçemizde bulunan Ahmet Koyuncu Mesleki ve Teknik Anadolu Lisemizde saat 9:30 sularında 2007 doğumlu bir kişinin pompalı av tüfeğiyle okula girmek suretiyle burada rastgele ateş açması neticesinde maalesef 16 kişi, bunlardan 4'ü öğretmenlerimiz, 10 öğrencimiz, bir polis memurumuz ve bir kantin işletmecisi yaralanmış durumda. Şükürler olsun can kaybı yok.
While most of them were being treated in Siverek, 5 of the wounded teachers and students were transferred to a hospital in the provincial capital because the conditions were more serious. The motive for the attack remains unclear as school shootings are rare in Turkey.
Şahıs kendisi okul içerisinde polisimizin de müdahalesiyle sıkıştırıldı ve orada kendi canına kıymak suretiyle, ateş etmek suretiyle hayatını kaybetti. Eks olarak ele geçirildi.
Reports said all the students were evacuated and police special operations units were deployed after the assailant refused to surrender. With school shootings rare in Turkey, the incident has sent shockwaves across the country. As families wait for answers, the big question remains, what drove a former student to carry out such a brutal attack?
All right, now we are going back to what's happening in the conflict investigation now. While reports suggest a second round of talks to be held between Iran and the US Vice President J.D. Vance now says America wants a big deal with Iran. In fact, not a small one. Vance also goes on to state that if Iran admits to not having nuclear weapons, the US will help Iran thrive economically. Now, it's a big economic offer, in fact, offered by the US Vice President. It comes as Washington is now pushing for a more comprehensive agreement in exchange for economic incentives for the country, linking essentially Iran's nuclear transparency directly to its economic future. Let's take a listen to what the US Vice President has said on this.
I get frustrated at it, but it's a lot better than it was 10 years ago. And frankly, 10 years ago, it was a lot better than it was 10 years before that. But here's where we are on, fundamentally, the president set a policy, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and right now we are negotiating to make sure that very thing happens. And here's, what's interesting about this is, What's interesting about this is that we have this ceasefire that's in place. I think it's 6 or 7 days old. Right now, this ceasefire is holding. And what you're seeing is what the president wants to make, he doesn't want to make like a small deal. He wants to make the grand bargain. And what he's basically offering to Iran is very simple. And frankly, it's something that no president has had the ability to offer. He said that if you're willing to act like a normal country, we are willing to treat you economically like a normal country. He doesn't want a small deal. And that's one of the reasons why, one, I'd say in Pakistan, we made a ton of progress. But the reason why the deal is not yet done is because the president, he really wants a deal where Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, Iran is not state-sponsoring terrorism, but also the people of Iran can thrive and prosper and join the world economy. And that's the trade that he's offering. He's saying, if you guys...
Now moving on to another breaking news we're getting at this hour. Noida police, in fact, have filed another FIR against 2 people, including Anushri Tiwari and Mir Ilyasi. This is for allegedly spreading misleading posts on social media. Now, police say a post claiming that 14 people have died and 32 injured in police firing led to arson and vandalism on the streets, and both the accused have now been noted as Congress-linked in their FIR. Now, with this, 3 FIRs have now been registered in total in this case against 6 people for spreading rumours online. Now, the public, in fact, has been talking about how these protests that flared up in Delhi NCR were in fact planned, coordinated. Now, WhatsApp chats, audios have come out showing that they were not spontaneous demonstrations. And in fact, in this case, now wheels of justice also moving rapidly. More FIRs now being lodged against 2 people. In fact, 2 people who are linked to Congress as named in their FIR. The name here includes Anushi Tiwari and Mir Ilyasi. Now, both have been booked for allegedly spreading misleading posts on social media. They claimed in their post that 14 people have died and 32 injured, essentially fear-mongering people into inciting violence on the streets. Now, according to the FIR, their misleading social media post led to arson and vandalism in the city, and now both have been noted as Congress-linked in the FIR. All right, my colleague Harsh now joins with more details on this. Harsh, it looks like we're getting more and more developments in this case, specifically with regards to more FIRs being lodged. This time, 2 leaders which are linked to Congress have been booked. Give us more details on this.
Right, Ishita. In fact, while having a conversation with Noida Commissioner Lakshmi Singh yesterday, we went on to ask her about some kind of political links with the kind of protests that were held in Noida for the past few days. Now, this FIR is a big breaking for our viewers, where an FIR has been lodged in Noida Sector 20 police station. Now, this FIR names 2 individuals that are linked to the Congress party. Anushi Tiwari and Mir Ilyasi are the 2 individuals who are being linked to the Congress party. Now, they are the ones who allegedly posted information on social media claiming that due to the police firing, 14 individuals lost their life while 32 others were injured. Now, these rumored social media posts were a result that ultimately led to the kind of protest that we saw in Noida. Several sectors of Noida, in fact, were affected by these protests, by these violent protests. Now, this comes as a fresh breaking, also because of the fact that 6 people have been named in 3 different FIRs that have been filed in Noida in this regard for spreading fake information during the protests that were carried out in Noida. Now, Noida Police Commissioner yesterday, while having an exclusive interaction with Republic, also mentioned that so far 7 different FIRs have also been filed in the protests that were carried out in Noida, that are being carried out, in fact, for the past few days in different sectors of Noida. Ishita.
Right, of course, Harsha, and it looks like what Republic has been saying all along, that these protests are pre-planned, coordinated, not spontaneous, is now coming true as the toolkit is now out and more FIRs also coming out. It looks like it was a big political conspiracy to incite violence in Delhi NCR.
Right, Ishita. In fact, this FIR comes as a big breaking because Republic, throughout the coverage, has been mentioning that this seems to be a coordinated attempt and not just another spontaneous protest that has erupted in Noida. In fact, different cities were affected during this time. Now, this FIR, which clearly names 2 individuals, Anushi Tiwari and Mir Ilyasi, who have also been linked to the Congress party, itself is a proof that this is some kind of a coordinated attempt to distort peace and law and order situation in Noida and different cities in the region. Now, 6 different individuals have been named in 3 separate FIRs that have been lodged by Noida police. Now, this particular FIR that we are referring to has been filed in the Sector 20 police station of Noida. This comes as a fresh development in this regard as Noida police continues to investigate external elements in the protests that were carried out in Noida for the past few days. Ishita.
All right, Harsh, I'm going to leave it at that. For now, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all the latest in this case. Now, viewers, a special investigation team has been formed in the case. The team, comprising about 10 police officers and 36 personnel, is being led by Assistant Superintendent of Police and SDPO Chalpur, IPS Shubham Kumar as well. Now, the investigation, in fact, has intensified and strict action has been indicated against the accused in the Amravati POCSO case. So, we are looking at more and more steps now being taken by the system, in fact, to apprehend the accused, the primary accused in this case. Now, it's a big scandal that has come to light from Amravati. Two accused, in fact, harassing several minor girls, shooting their obscene videos and then blackmailing them using those videos. Now, one of the accused, in fact, downloaded these videos from the other one's phone and has now circulated these videos on social media. They are, in fact, now going viral. And in this case, we're looking at more and more developments now coming to light. Over 180 girls were harassed. And now an SI team has, in fact, has been formed to apprehend these individuals and to take more action against those who are the primary accused in this Amravati POCSO case. All right, my colleague Revati now joins me with more details on this. Revati, do take us through the latest we're picking up in this Amravati POCSO case. It looks like that an SIT has now been formed.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, an SIT has been formed by the Amravati police, who would be headed by an IPS officer, Subhash Kumar, and also there will be 10 personnel and 36 officers in this particular SIT who would be leading the investigation in the matter of Amravati POCSO case. Now, as you rightly mentioned, a POCSO case has been registered because this accused himself is a 19-year-old boy who shot more than 180 videos of the girls, and he also threatened them to make these videos viral on the social media. So now an SIT is been formed. Also, he didn't target a specific community, but he targeted women as a whole. And now an SIT is being formed, and he is currently under police custody for next 7 days. Over to you.
All right, Revati, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all the latest in this. In fact, viewers, this is the latest we're picking up in this case. SIT now being formed to probe, in fact, these 180 girls who were harassed by these two accused. Now, moving on to another news, now Bansiri Swaraj, a member of the Lok Sabha, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, informed us about the opposition's strategy, warning the opposition parties that any political party to oppose the Nari Shakti Vandan bill would in fact face wrath from the women of the nation. Now, referring to the youth who support her, she also predicted that they would too become future MLAs, MPs and ministers in the near future. Take a listen to this exclusive conversation.
मैं बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और सभी राजनीतिक दलों का जिन्होंने इसका समर्थन करा था, भारतीय संसद का कि उन्होंने सितंबर 2023 में नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम का कानून पारित करा, जिससे 33% आरक्षण आ गया। अब मैं हर राजनीतिक दल को आपके माध्यम से याद कराना चाहूंगी कि हमने, भारतीय संसद ने इस देश की बेटियों से, देश की मातृशक्ति से एक वायदा करा था कि हम 2029 में ही इसको लागू कर देंगे। ये जो 16, 17, 18 को स्पेशल सेशन आ रहा है पार्लियामेंट में, इसमें मैं आपके माध्यम से आग्रह करती हूं सभी राजनीतिक दलों से कि वो विचारधारा की भिन्नता से ऊपर उठकर सर्वसम्मति से इस संशोधन को पारित करें और जो हमने वादा करा है इस देश की मातृशक्ति से, उसको पूरा करें। जो भी व्यक्ति इस संशोधन के आड़े आएगा, जो भी राजनीतिक दल इस संशोधन को पारित करने में समर्थन नहीं देगा, वो इस देश की मातृशक्ति के आक्रोश का पात्र बनेगा। तो आक्रोश का पात्र मत बनिए, आशीर्वाद का पात्र बनिए और इस संशोधन का कृपया आप भी साथ दीजिए।
And now here's a major diplomatic signal coming in from Europe. Now, Italy, in fact, has suspended its defense agreement with Israel amid the ongoing conflict in West Asia. And the move comes at a time when tensions are already rising in Lebanon and the wider region, raising questions about whether traditional allies are now beginning to rethink their positions. Now, viewers, Italy's decision to halt its defense pact with Israel marks a significant shift in global diplomacy. So, with the war expanding across the region and pressure certainly mounting internationally, the big question now is if this is a temporary pause or the start for broader realignment against Israel. Take a look at this report.
Italy's Prime Minister said that a defense agreement with Israel has been suspended.
La nostra collocazione è europea e occidentale. Io mi attengo a quella che tra l'altro condivido pienamente. Poi, quando ci sono delle cose che non condividiamo, agiamo di conseguenza. Voi non me lo avete chiesto, ma il governo, ad esempio, in considerazione della situazione attuale che stiamo vivendo, ha deciso di sospendere il rinnovo automatico dell'accordo di difesa con Israele.
The decision was announced by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, marking a sharp shift from her government's earlier pro-Israel stance. The agreement, first signed in 2003, covered military cooperation, including training, technology sharing, and defense equipment exchange. But now, Rome has decided to halt its automatic renewal, citing the current situation in the Middle East. The trigger? Israel's escalating military actions, particularly strikes in Lebanon, which have drawn sharp criticism from European leaders. And now, during the talks between Israel and Lebanon in the US, Rubio has warned to not expect an immediate agreement.
This is a process, not an event. This is more than just one day. This will take time, but we believe it is worth this endeavor, and it's a historic gathering that we hope to build on. And the hope today is that we can outline the framework upon which a permanent and lasting peace can be developed. So that, as I said, the people of Israel can live in peace, and the people of Lebanon can live not just in peace, but the prosperity and security that they deserve.
Tensions spiked further after Israeli forces fired warning shots near Italian UN peacekeeping troops in Lebanon, raising serious security concerns in Rome. Israel has played down the impact, claiming the agreement had no substantive content. But the signal is clear. This is not just about one agreement. With European nations increasingly critical and pressure mounting internationally, the big question now is this: the beginning of a broader isolation for Israel, or just a temporary strategic pause?
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. On the other side, we tell you more details now emerging in TCS, a grooming gang scandal. Top executive now implicated in the case allegedly linked to Delhi blast, accused Dr. Shaheen. Also lined up on the other side, Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable videos of minor girls. All those developments are lined up for you on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
More details emerge in TCS Grooming gang scandal. Top executive implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old Poxo case accused Mohammed Ayaz, Mohammed Tanveer's residence. ED raids Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaborations. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after Aam Aadmi Party MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann says BJP has begun election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath as Bihar's CM. Malaysian preacher linked to grooming gang used WhatsApp and videos to lure the victims abroad with promises of high-paying jobs and luxury lifestyle. A very good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Dr. Tamisha with you. Start with the breaking news coming in right now. Viewers, this is coming in amidst the activities that are going on in West Asia. The war still continues. The United States Navy now has confirmed that the loss of a high-value MQ-4C Triton unmanned aerial vehicle which crashed in the Persian Gulf on the 9th of April. According to a mishap summary released by the U.S. Naval Safety Command, the high-altitude, long-endurance maritime surveillance drone, estimated to be worth around $240 million, has been classified as a Class A mishap under U.S. defense norms, indicating damage exceeding $2.5 million, while initial reports suggested that the drone may have been brought down during tensions involving Iran. U.S. officials have now clarified that the aircraft crashed with no injuries reported to personnel. So now, U.S. confirms the loss of the UAV and its and also confirms the loss of $240 million in this conflict. So that's, of course, an important update that's coming in. Meanwhile, viewers, we are now shifting to some visuals that are coming in from Turkey. These are disturbing scenes coming in from Turkey, where a former student opened fire inside a high school, triggering panic and chaos. At least 16 people, including students and teachers, were injured before the attacker took his own life. Now, authorities have launched a massive probe, questions mounting over what drove this rare and shocking act of violence in Turkey.
Video footage shows dozens of students running out of the school towards the gate and onto the street. A former student opened fire at a high school in southeast Turkey. This shooting left at least 16 people wounded before the shooter killed himself. The 18-year-old attacker, armed with a shotgun, fired randomly at a vocational high school before hiding inside the building. The attack left 10 students, 4 teachers, a canteen employee and a police officer wounded.
17-18 yaşlarında bir çocuktu. Birden şu dış kapıdan içeriye girdi. Nasıl girir girmez direkt silahı çekti. Uzun namluluydu. Hani şu jargılı pompalar olur ya ondan. Direkt sağa sola başta ateş atmaya başladı. Sonra okula doğru ateş açtı. Sonra direkt koştuğu gibi içeriye girdi. İçeriden direktmen önüne gelene sıktığı gibi zaten ondan sonra öğrencilerin bağırmaları, öğretmenlerin bağırmalarıyla herkesin bir yere kaçması bir oldu. Ondan sonrasını göremedim.
The governor of the province confirmed the incident.
Bu sabah saatlerinde Siverek ilçemizde bulunan Ahmet Koyuncu Mesleki ve Teknik Anadolu Lisemizde saat 9:30 sularında bir 2007 doğumlu bir kişinin pompalı av tüfeğiyle okula girmek suretiyle burada rastgele ateş açması neticesinde maalesef 16 kişi, bunlardan 4'ü öğretmenlerimiz, 10 öğrencimiz, bir polis memurumuz ve bir kantin işletmecisi yaralanmış durumda. Şükürler olsun can kaybı yok.
While most of them were being treated in Siverek, 5 of the wounded teachers and students were transferred to a hospital in the provincial capital because the conditions were more serious. The motive for the attack remains unclear as school shootings are rare in Turkey.
Şahıs kendisi okul içerisinde polisimizin de müdahalesiyle sıkıştırıldı ve orada kendi canına kıymak suretiyle, ateş etmek suretiyle hayatını kaybetti. Eks olarak ele geçirildi.
Reports said all the students were evacuated and police special operations units were deployed after the assailant refused to surrender. With school shootings rare in Turkey, the incident has sent shockwaves across the country. As families wait for answers, the big question remains, what drove a former student to carry out such a brutal attack?
I just have more breaking news coming in right now. Russia has now checkmated Trump on energy. Russia is moving to deeper energy ties with China. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov of Russia says that Moscow can help cover China's energy shortfall, signaling stronger Moscow-Beijing cooperation on oil and gas. Now, the move comes as global powers jockey for influence over China's energy needs, with Russia positioning itself as a reliable alternative to US-linked supply chains. So that's another move from Moscow amidst what's been going on, the energy crisis across the globe. Russia checkmates Trump. Lavrov says Russia can fill the energy shortfall for China.
Россия может, безусловно, восполнить недостаток ресурсов, который возник и у Китайской Народной Республики, и у других стран, которые заинтересованы с нами работать на равноправной, взаимовыгодной основе. И Россия об этом не раз говорила, президент касался этой темы, в том числе и в связи с планами европейских государств в лице Еврокомиссии вообще прервать любые связи с Россией в сфере энергетики, имея в виду поставки наших углеводородов.
All right, viewers, there's trouble mounting for Robert Vadra. Big development coming in. The ED case against Robert Vadra in the Gurugram land deal has moved forward, with the Rouse Avenue Court taking cognizance of the ED's charge sheet and accepting its findings at a preliminary stage. Now, the court has issued summons against Vadra, issued summons to Vadra, asking him to appear for the next hearing on the 16th of May. And the case pertains to alleged irregularities in land transactions in Gurugram, where the agency has claimed illegal financial dealings linked to the purchase and sale of land under the PMLA. And that's the breaking news we have right now. Latest update coming in the Robert Vadra land scam. Delhi court summons Vadra in money laundering case, takes cognizance of ED charge sheet. And this is a Shikopur land deal money laundering case. And Vadra has been summoned in this case. So the ED has accused Vadra of generating proceeds of crime through a fraudulent land transaction of land in Haryana. And that's an update in this case. Sarthak is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Sarthak, tell us more details what the court has said today as it summons Robert Vadra.
Yes, well, today the Rouse Avenue the last hearing that was on April 4th. However, on the day, the court had not taken cognizance of the charge sheet. It was pending. But this time around, the court had taken cognizance of the charge sheet. Now, the court has issued summons to Robert Vadra, which means that before the next hearing is 2026, Robert Vadra will have to the summon, and he will have to be in the court on the next date of hearing. This is a huge development in the case because this means that the court has found enough prima facie material to proceed with the case further, and the court is likely to consider framing of charges in the next date of hearing. So arguments are going to take place on the next date on whether the charges that have been pressed by ED in the charge sheet, are they frameable or not? It is a huge development because court has accepted ED's things at a preliminary level. This guilt is proven, that is yet to be proved. However, this is a huge development because at least the court cognizance that goes to show that there is strong enough substance in the allegations and the charges that have been pressed upon by ED in this case. Just to give a little background of the case, this case relates to Gurugram land deals. ED alleges that there were some illegal financial transactions that were linked to the purchase and sale of land in Gurugram. At this point, the focus is on the Hawala routing of the money, how money was routed through Hawala channels. And the case is specifically linked to companies associated with Robert Vadra. This also includes Skylight Hospitality, a company that belongs to Robert Vadra, a company that Robert Vadra is very closely associated with. ED alleges that there are some proceeds of crime that were used in these land transactions, and some Hawala channels, some illegal cross-border transactions were used to channelize these transactions. There were some layered transactions were used. So ED is still has investigated the case, and some charges have been pressed upon. Further, if he does find out if there are some added evidences and some records had to be placed before the court, ED might also file a supplementary charge sheet. But the next date of hearing is in May, and Robert Vadra has been summoned on that. So it seems like he'll have to file a reply before that.
All right. Thanks, Sarthak, for joining us with the details coming in on that story. We're shifting our focus now to the Nashik grooming gang case. Now, a new link has emerged in this grooming gang case. HR head of TCS and Nashik unit, Nida Khan, has now been linked to Delhi Red Fort blast mastermind, the terror doctor, Shaheen. And as per reports, these two had been in Delhi together. They met in Delhi and they were reportedly working for an quote-unquote external network. Now with this, the case is now only getting bigger. In the meantime, we also are raising questions to the TCS. That why did TCS Nashik earlier deny this incident? And if there is zero tolerance as per the statement, why there was delay in action? And what further action will TCS take? These are Republic TV's question to TCS that remain unanswered until now. What roles did the accused hold? Were proper background checks done when they hired these people? And was the company aware of a LinkedIn discriminatory post? And also, we continue to get you what has been happening as far as this external network is concerned. There is a Malaysia link also that has emerged in this case. And the Delhi blast case, the 10th of December blast that happened outside Red Fort, accused Shaheen. Now, accused Shaheen and Nida Khan are connected. So is this a larger, much bigger network? All right, viewers, we are going across to now some other stories. We're getting in live inputs now from, we have the European Union's press conference.
Condemns this aggression against its member state. We stress that these violations, if not addressed firmly and responsibly, may have long-term consequences that could last for decades. Therefore, the international community must take a stronger and more effective role in supporting stability and reducing escalation. The United Nations Security Council must also fulfill its responsibilities in maintaining international peace and security. In this regard, we appreciate the European co-sponsorship supporting the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 2817 and the Human Rights Council Resolution L38. Ladies and gentlemen, these brutal attacks have resulted in a serious humanitarian, environmental and economic consequences. In GCC countries, around 10 million children have been deprived of basic education since the start of this attack. Many projects have been halted, affecting the vulnerable workforce, including expatriates who support their families. In addition, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has disrupted global agriculture and affecting nearly 30% of the world fertilizer production, which could lead to serious future consequences for global markets. It has also disrupted energy supplies and trade chains, which impacts that affect the whole world. The GCC highly values the European Union's position condemning these attacks and its quick response through holding several GCC EU meetings to exchange views on the escalation, as well as providing necessary technical defense support. These efforts have reflected shared views on the importance of multilateral cooperation and respect for international law. We stress that the Strait of Hormuz must remain an open and secure international waterway, free from threats or restrictions. Any attempt to impose a new reality by force or to use it as a political and economical pressure tool is unacceptable and has been condemned at both regional and international levels, in line with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea of 1982. Ladies and gentlemen, GCC-EU relations, which have extended for 38 years, are becoming increasingly important in light of current global challenges. Strengthening these relations is no longer a political option, but a strategic necessity driven by the nature of our shared challenges. At this point, I would like to take this opportunity to commend the high level of working relations between the GCC and the European External Action Services of the European Union. Recently, I met with Her Excellency Ms. Kaya Kallas, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Vice President of the European Commission. during which we held a very important and open conversation and demonstrated the following three realities. 1. The GCC and European Union share many common positions on regional and international issues. 2. This dialogue between both sides is essential and successful in addressing a wide range of these issues. 3. GCC and EU relations have reached a level of maturity that requires moving from dialogue to deeper practical and institutional coordination to engage in a true strategic partnership across all areas of mutual interest. This includes many aspects such as enhancing cooperation in digital transformation, critical infrastructure communication, and artificial intelligence in a way that supports scientific research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, strengthening political and security communication is a key pillar in addressing current challenges, including our shared commitment to international law, the rule of law, justice and equality, and meeting the aspiration of our people for security, stability and economic prosperity. The GCC looks forward to holding the second GCC-EU summit under these developments, aiming to advance our relations to broader horizons. We hope the summit will deliver tangible outcomes that reflect the depth of this strategic partnership, including the launch of negotiations on Schengen visa waiver for GCC citizens, as well as progress on the free trade agreement negotiations and signing the terms of references as early as possible. These steps would have a positive impact on economic, trade and cultural exchanges. Please also allow me to list to your kind attention another areas where the GCC would like to reach tangible results with the EU. 1. Exporting energy through electricity interconnection lines between the GCC countries and the European Union. 2. Exporting clean hydrogen to European Union countries, whether via pipelines or carriers. 3. Enhancing logistical connectivity between the GCC and the European Union through railway network and airports. 4. Data connectivity between the GCC and the European Union. 5. Security is a fundamental pillar of development which requires intensified cooperation between the GCC and the European Union to enhance prospects for peace and achieve stability. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key points we wish to emphasize today is the role of parliamentary engagement. The European Parliament is not only a legislative body but also an influential political actor in shaping European directions, especially in times of complex challenges. In this context, we look forward to strengthening parliamentary cooperation between our two blocs, to institutionalize it in order to build on the current momentum by developing a GCC parliamentary cooperation mechanism. I am pleased to note that we shared last week with the European Parliament a proposal for such mechanism between GCC Legislative Council and the European Parliament. Once agreed, it can be signed at an earliest opportunity. This mechanism aimed to enhance consultation and coordination on regional and international issues of mutual interest, develop legislative cooperation, build sustainable institutional capacities, and strengthen the role of parliaments in supporting peace and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, the stability.
All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to other stories. Basri Swaraj, who's Lok Sabha MP, in an exclusive interview to Republic TV, has warned the opposition of any political party that any political party who opposes the Nari Shakti Vandan bill would have a wrath from the women of the nation, would face the wrath of the women of the nation. And referring to the youth who support her, she predicted that they too would become future MLAs, MPs and ministers in the near future. Take a look at this conversation.
मैं बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और सभी राजनीतिक दलों का जिन्होंने इसका समर्थन करा था, भारतीय संसद का कि उन्होंने सितंबर 2023 में नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम का कानून पारित करा जिससे 33% आरक्षण आ गया। अब मैं हर राजनीतिक दल को आपके माध्यम से याद कराना चाहूंगी कि हमने, भारतीय संसद ने इस देश की बेटियों से, देश की मातृशक्ति से एक वायदा करा था कि हम 2029 में ही इसको लागू कर देंगे। ये जो 16, 17, 18 को स्पेशल सेशन आ रहा है पार्लियामेंट में, इसमें मैं आपके माध्यम से आग्रह करती हूँ सभी राजनीतिक दलों से कि वो विचारधारा की भिन्नता से ऊपर उठकर सर्वसम्मति से इस संशोधन को पारित करें और जो हमने वादा करा है इस देश की मातृशक्ति से उसको पूरा करें। जो भी व्यक्ति इस संशोधन के आड़े आएगा, जो भी राजनीतिक दल इस संशोधन को पारित करने में समर्थन नहीं देगा, वो इस देश की मातृशक्ति के आक्रोश का पात्र बनेगा। तो आक्रोश का पात्र मत बनिए, आशीर्वाद का पात्र बनिए और इस संशोधन का कृपया आप भी साथ दीजिए।
And we go back to the big story that we're tracking. More details are coming in as far as the TCS Grooming gang scandal is concerned. We'll sit into a short break and get you more details on that. How the top executive implicated in the case is linked to the Delhi blast accused Shaheen. And ED raids Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs are being investigated.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double.
South versus North has been the favorite game of the DMK. A few days before Tamil Nadu votes, will MK Stalin use delimitation as an election calling card? Our focus on Verdict 2026 at 6 p.m. this evening.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी मनी मनी मनी एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the
More details emerge in TCS Grooming gang scandal. Top HR executive implicated in the case has alleged links to Delhi blast accused the terror doctor Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable photos and videos of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old Poxo case accused Mohammed Mohammed Tanveer's residence. ED raids Aam Aadmi Party MP Ashok Mittal. ED claims raids linked to foreign collaborations. Sources say fees from NRIs being investigated. Minutes after Aam Aadmi Party MP was raided, Kejriwal and Punjab Chief Minister Maan say that BJP have begun election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary takes oath. A Malaysian preacher linked to grooming gang used WhatsApp and videos to lure the victims abroad with promises of high-paying jobs and luxury lifestyle. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Dr. Tamisha with you. We start with the update coming in as far as the case, the shocker coming in from Amravati is concerned. Now, an SIT, Special Investigating Team, has been formed in this case where more than hundreds of girls were abused, sexually abused. A team comprising 10 police officers and 36 personnel, led by Assistant Superintendent of Police and SDPO Chalpur IPS Shubham Kumar. Investigation has been intensified. Strict action has been indicated against the accused. So this is a 19-year-old who is the accused, nabbed in this case. And we have a SIT that has now there were more than 180 girls, at least 180 girls who have been sexually abused, and their obscene videos have been circulated by this 19-year-old Ayaz. Over 180 girls sexually harassed and assaulted by this. He shot 350 videos of minors being assaulted, and they were all circulated, and he used to blackmail girls, forcing them into prostitution. Minors were targeted through WhatsApp and Snapchat groups. took them to Pune and Mumbai, and he filmed these obscene videos and blackmailed them. Obscene visuals spread across multiple cities. And this 19-year-old Tanveer had fled Paratwara, but he is now arrested. SIT has been formed in this case. So now, talking about the Nashik story now, viewers. This grooming gang probe is deepening, and Delhi blast accused Shaheen, Malaysia link, has now emerged. Two links, Malaysia preacher link and Shaheen, who was one of the terror doctors, that entire the terror network that was busted of that module, the links to that has now emerged. Grooming gang has been reportedly found to be connected to this Malaysian preacher. Now, in a WhatsApp chat, a Malaysian preacher who featured in that video used to allegedly brainwash victims to travel abroad. So they were being, these girls, these women were being brainwashed so that they could be, so they were lured by this man, brainwashed and lured for jobs abroad, and offered them, falsely offering them a luxury lifestyle abroad. And now there's also another link. Republic is exposing this link which no one else is. Republic TV is the first to bring you this link, that is the Nida Khan and Shaheen link. Lady D, remember, that is Shaheen. And there's an involvement of external agency that is now coming to the fore. It's a wider network that we are looking at as this probe is deepening. Dr. Shaheen was a Lucknow-based doctor, but she turns out to be a terror doctor because of her the involvement in the Delhi blast case, Delhi terror attack, in Red Fort terror attack. And Lady D was Nida Khan. She was known as Lady D by her male colleague. She was the HR executive there at the TCS Nashik unit. And she was the one who used to, in fact, select. She had a whole list of which women employee have to be targeted. And in fact, our team reached the resort in Trembakeshwar where the TCS victims were allegedly assaulted. Watch this report. In fact, after we'll show you that report, but let us give you more details. Now, Imran is the preacher we were talking about, the link to a Malaysian preacher. Now, he is part of this module. Now, the probe is focusing on him. It's a wider network view was what we are talking about. This Malaysian preacher featured in WhatsApp chats. His name is Imran. And he was introduced to TCS victims via video. So you understand, viewers, this was all planned with a wider network, from this blast accused to this man who's a so-called preacher. He brainwashed the victims to travel abroad. And he spoke to them about high-paying jobs and a lifestyle, that they will be getting a better lifestyle. So conversion, sexual assault, forceful conversions. And not just that, assault is also there, that's been mentioned in one of the charges, and also being falsely luring them, viewers. And let's take a look at this report now that has been filed by my colleague.
Developments are coming in the Nashik MNC case, and the recent development where we saw exclusively on the Republic is that some of the victims, actually one of the victim was brought to a resort on Trembakeshwar Road, and here we are exclusively near that very resort. As you can see, it is a very remote place. One of the victims was brought here and she was literally gang raped. Let me repeat, she was gang raped by the three of the accused. Here she was brought, which is a really remote place, and as you can see that there's a very pretty much silence over here. No one can actually see that what exactly is going on. This is the resort where that victim was brought and she was continuously gang raped. This is the Trembakeshwar Road where the victim was brought by three of the accused, and she was sexually assaulted and gang raped at this resort. The TCS case, which is developing further, has has very developments in this very matter, and the recent development is that the victim was brought here. The SIT is currently investigating the matter. CCTV footages from this very resort has been seized by the Nashik police, and SIT has also been formed, which is currently scrutinizing the CCTVs. Now it will be important to see that from when the victim was brought here and she was sexually assaulted, actually gang raped by the accused of this very case.
So viewers, what we are showing you is the reality from ground, and we have also accessed the CCTV. Of course, this cannot be shown, but we are telling you this all is part of the probe, which Republic TV is the only channel to closely probe and bring the details out of. Now, footage is revealing frequent visits by the accused. They are literally operating from this resort. Key evidence has been secured via the Panchnama. They're seen visiting this many times. And forensic evidence has been collected already from the firm's lobby as well, so that it can be matched with the accused who have been arrested. And we've seen what has been understood is that the CCTV shows their movement, their entry and exit, and who were they taking along. And viewers, with that we come to the question that Republic TV poses to TCS. First of all, why was there a delay in the response? That's question number one from Republic TV to TCS. Number two, why did TCS Nashik initially deny this incident? Initially, they were denying this incident, and later on they said they will probe. And if they talk about zero tolerance, why was there a delayed action? Why was there a delay in action? And what further action are they planning to take except for the templated statements that are being issued? And how fair is it for their own to probe this? How TCS can probe TCS? What roles did the accused hold? There should be details of that. And was there even a background check of these people? How is this hiring process in fact carried out in TCS? Who all are they hiring in TCS? And was the company even aware of a LinkedIn discriminatory post? Because the world can see today what's being posted online on popular platforms like LinkedIn, but was there no cognizance being taken of that discriminatory post on LinkedIn? So that's question number 7. These are the questions posed before the TCS by Republic TV. They have still not been answered, but we continue to ask those questions, which no one does, viewers, and we continue to show you more and more layers that are now being unearthed, that have been uncovered from the Malaysia preacher range to the Delhi blast accused also, viewers. We'll bring you again those details. Nida Khan to the right was the HR executive, and she met Shaheen, who is the terror doctor. She was in Lucknow, a highly educated woman, Shaheen. They both met in the national capital. That's what we know about them. And there's a mention of some external agencies also, and that they were working for external agencies. We clearly can understand when the terror doctors are, but what is this HR of a TCS? Who is she working for? Now, Nida Khan was was educated HR official for TCS Pune branch. Shaheen was from Lucknow. Nida Khan is still absconding. She has turned off all her digital links. She's on the run. And Shaheen was involved in the Faridabad terror module. We all know about the Al-Falah University, and that was one of the operating centers for that terror module, which carried out that attack in the Red Fort back in December 2025. Now, both these women are suspected to be part of a white-collar terror network. These are educated women we're talking about. They have been working in institutions like a hospital, working in a company, an organization as big as the TCS in the country. So these are educated women, but their real job, what we are understanding, is to be part of these nefarious networks. Now, grooming gang victims, viewers, victim 1, listen to the victims. What they've said. They were told that Hinduism bad, they maligned Hinduism. HR refused to even help because she was herself involved. Victim number 3 says sexually assaulted inside the TCS campus, and they were sexually harassed during work hours, and no cognizance was taken of this. Another victim says that she was forced to recite namaz, eat meat. In fact, one of the male victims have also said that they were forced to recite namaz and he was forced to eat meat. He was a vegetarian. And they followed one of the women employees and they harassed her on campus, trying to harass her physically, another victim has said, as she has reported this. These are the statements that have come in. And victim number 8 says they tried to harass her physically, sexually molested during work hours. This is not just one story. There are many victims that have come forward, viewers, including one male who was being converted, forcefully converted to Islam, and his religion was made fun of. Sanatan was made fun of. They were saying malicious things about Sanatan Dharma, the gods, the Hindu gods and goddesses. And these are some details which are very disturbing that have emerged, viewers, of this grooming gang. And now who's the preacher? The Malaysian preacher. He was part of this module. His videos are on WhatsApp. And in his videos, he has tried to brainwash these women. Malaysian preacher in WhatsApp chats brainwashes women and lures them with a job abroad and a luxury lifestyle in the name of conversion and coming to maybe Malaysia or elsewhere. Malaysian preacher was introduced to TCS victims via video. So all this, imagine, was happening in an organization that is TCS Nashik unit, and it was all happening for a long, long time, viewers. This is not a one-off incident. This has been happening for a long time. And this was a whole system that was set up there. And we have VHP spokesperson, Mr. Vinod Bansal, joining us on the broadcast. For more, thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Republic TV. Now, these are details, shocking details that have emerged, and it's a wider network now we are looking at. This is not just one-off case, and even if it was a one-off case, one should report it and be investigated. But this is an entire network that's, operating in a company as big as TCS. That there's a link to Malaysian preacher. There's a link to a blast accused as well, sir.
Definitely, this is not the case of only the TCS only. For the Tech Mahindra and so many other tech and the multinational companies of the nation are having the same picture coming in from their offices. Actually, the thing is that we have seen so many, more than a dozen corporate houses which have been come to the pitch for that the same thing is being happen over there also. And we are just going to take a very serious issue and matter very seriously. And tomorrow we may announce a big step to be taken. And today we have issued a press statement asking the central government as well as the state governments to pass a stringent anti-conversion law. And you see this type of not only the anti-conversion, but the Islamic sex gang is totally and the conspiracially they are making victimize the Hindu girls. और अब देखिए कि वर्क प्लेसेस में जिस तरह के ये जिहाद जो चल रहा है और मजहबी कट्टरता जिस तरह से बढ़ती चली जा रही है, अभी तक ये देखने में आया था कि शायद ये जो कम पढ़े लिखे और मदरसा छाप लोग हैं वही इस जिहाद में और कन्वर्जन रैकेट में और इस्लामिक सेक्स गैंग में इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं। लेकिन अब जिस तरह से हाई टेक और हाई प्रोफाइल जो पर्सनैलिटीज हैं, जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, वो पढ़े लिखे लोग चाहे डॉक्टर हो, इंजीनियर हो या चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हो, टेक हो या ये इसका जो सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपर्ट हो, सब जगह से एक ही कहानी आ रही है कि जिहाद जिहाद जिहाद। और आप देखिए कि ये चाहे किसी भी कितना ही पढ़ा लो इनको, कितना ही इनको समझा लो, कितना ही इनको ज्ञानी बना लो, इनका ज्ञान सिर्फ एक ही तरफ चलता है कि कैसे हिंदुओं को फंसाना, हिंदू बहनों की इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करना, किस तरह से जो है लगातार जो। और देखिए इसके लिए ये जो मोडस ऑपरेंडी है वो जिस तरह से महिलाओं को साथ में ले रही है, ये बड़ा खतरनाक है। आप देखिए कि मुस्लिम महिलाओं पर भी अभी बिलीव करना बड़ा घातक होता चला जा रहा है। अभी तक हमारी देश की बेटियां जो है एक वल्नरेबल सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी थी और वो कम से कम उस पर भरोसा कर लेती थी कि कम से कम ये तो महिला है, महिला का दर्द समझती होगी। लेकिन उसको नहीं पता भोली वाली बेटी को कि आखिरकार कब कौन सी कोई निदा बन जाएगी, कब कौन ये शाहीन बन जाएगी और कब कौन जो है ये शाहीन जो है ना कभी किसी आतंकवादी के साथ हमें कनेक्ट कर देगी और हमें फंसा लेगी। ये विश्वास करना घातक हो गया है। आप देखिए इसी कारण जो है ना देश भर में ये जो मंदिरों से और धर्मस्थलों से हमने जिहादियों का बहिष्कार की अपील की थी
जी,
अब लगता है कि टेक कंपनियां और जो कॉर्पोरेट हाउसेज हैं उनको भी जरा सोचना पड़ेगा कि आखिरकार ये जो इस्लामिक जिहादी सोच के जो लोग हैं उनको हायर करने से पहले उनको कैसे मेंटल उनका स्क्रीनिंग करी जाए, किस तरह से उनको उनके जिहाद का DNA टेस्ट करा जाए कि ये ऑफिस में आकर के जिहाद नहीं करेंगे। आखिरकार कंपनी के ऐसी जो प्रोफेशनल कंपनी है, हाईटेक प्रोफेशनल कंपनीज जिनके दुनिया में नाम है, दुनिया में धाक है, हमें जिन पर गर्व है, उन कंपनियों के अंदर भी जिस तरह से ये जो कुकृत्य हुआ है, जिस तरह से कुकर्म हुए हैं और जिस तरह से एक लार्जर कॉन्स्पिरेसी के तहत ये सब काम हुआ है और उसका जो इंटरनेशनल नेक्सस जो पकड़ा गया है, ये बहुत ही चौंकाने वाला है और संपूर्ण देश को चौकन्ना रहना पड़ेगा, सभी हिंदू समाज को भी चौकन्ना रहना पड़ेगा, तो वहीं लॉ एनफोर्सिंग एजेंसीज को भी बहुत विगोरसली इन पर हार्ड हिट करना पड़ेगा। और साथ ही साथ मीडिया के बंधुओं से भी मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि इन सब मामलों को बहुत गंभीरता के साथ जो है जिस तरह से आपने लिया है वैसे लें और इनको किसी भी तरह से बख्शे नहीं, क्योंकि ये देश के लिए खतरा है, ये राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के लिए बेहद खतरनाक है। NIA को जांच जो सौंपी गई है इसका मतलब ये है कि आखिरकार देश की सुरक्षा और जो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्स्पिरेसी है उस कॉन्स्पिरेसी को नैप करना बहुत जरूरी है। अब समय आ गया है कि देश के सभी राज्य और बल्कि हम तो कहेंगे कि केंद्र सरकार जो है एक इसमें गंभीरता से सोच करके एक राष्ट्रव्यापी कानून बनाए जिससे कि अवैध धर्मांतरण पर, अवैध मतांतरण पर, लव जिहाद पर और इस तरह के जो इस्लामिक जिहादियों को कुकर्म में उन पर अंकुश लगाया जा सके। देश की बेटियां जहां एक तरफ भारत सरकार जो है वो नारी बंधन के माध्यम से अभी जो नारियों को अधिकार देने की बात कर रही है, कल से संसद में विशेष सत्र शुरू होने वाला है और वहीं दूसरी तरफ ये जो जिहादी हैं उन नारियों का शोषण करने में जुटे हुए हैं, उन नारियों के जो स्वाभिमान के साथ घात कर रहे हैं, उनके धर्म के साथ में जो है वो बहुत बड़ा हमला कर रहे हैं। आप देखिए कि ये जो चीजें हैं और खासकर ऐसे सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी के अंदर जो कर रहे हैं जहाँ विश्वास से चलता है, सब लोग एक दूसरे में कोई भेद नहीं समझते, क्या मुसलमान है कि हिंदू है कौन है, लेकिन अब लगता है कि एम्प्लॉयज को भी और एम्प्लॉयर को भी इन जिहादियों को पहचानना पड़ेगा, उनकी मानसिकता को समझना पड़ेगा, इनके बहिष्कार के लिए आगे आना पड़ेगा। फिर कोई ना कहे कि हम कोई इस्लामोफोबिया से ग्रसित है। ये जो
कि विनोद जी हमेशा यही होता है कि जिहाद जैसी कोई चीज है ही नहीं, क्योंकि तमाम बहुत सारे ऐसी आवाजें उठती हैं कि ये तो गलत है, ये तो बस राजनीतिक है, राजनीतिक मुनाफे के लिए लव जिहाद जैसी बातें की जाती हैं और ये हम बहुत बार सुन चुके हैं।
देखिए अब ये बातें बहुत पुरानी हो गई हैं। मुझे पता है कि पिछले 10 साल पहले तक मुझे बहुत झेलना पड़ता था इन सब चीजों के लिए, कहाँ है लव जिहाद, क्या है लव जिहाद, कैसे प्रूव करोगे, क्या करोगे। अब ये तो सारी चीजें ट्रांसपेरेंट एंड क्लियर हो गई हैं। और आप देखिए ग्रूमिंग जिहाद के नाम से ये इंग्लैंड, इटली और ये जो फ्रांस और इधर अपने म्यांमार और श्रीलंका के अंदर जिस तरह से चल रहा है वो किसी से छुपा हुआ नहीं है। श्रीलंका के अंदर तो यहाँ तक इन जिहादियों ने किया था कि हिंदू बेटियां जब वो घर परीक्षण के लिए अपने इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए आती थी तो उनको अपना बच्चे पैदा करने के लिए अयोग्य घोषित कर दिया जाता था, उनको ऐसा इंजेक्शन ठोका जाता था जिससे कि हिंदुओं की पॉपुलेशन कम हो सके। ये जो निदा खान का नाम जो आपकी स्क्रीन पर चल रहा है बेहद गंभीर है। आप देखिए ये टेक्नोक्रेट बेटियां और ये जिस तरह की लड़कियां जो है अब जिहाद के अंदर इन्वॉल्व हो गई हैं, ये बहुत ही जबरदस्त घातक चीजें हैं। अब लगता है कि इनके बहिष्कार का समय आ गया। कैसे क्या करेंगे ये देखने वाली बात है। फिर कोई ना कहे कि आखिरकार आपने ये ऐसे क्यों कह दिया। हम इस मामले को बहुत गंभीरता से साथ ले रहे हैं और विश्व हिंदू परिषद किसी भी तरह की हिंदू बेटियों के ऊपर होने वाले किसी भी आघात के लिए सतर्क है और प्रण के साथ खड़ा हुआ है। हम कल ही कोई एक बड़ी घोषणा करने वाले हैं और इसमें इन सबको, इन जो जिहादी तत्व हैं उनके विरुद्ध कोई एक कार्रवाई करेंगे और हम इस तरह से इन चीजों को टेक इट फॉर ग्रांटेड नहीं ले सकते।
बतौर VHP आप क्या मांग करते हैं, आप उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो बोलते हैं कि एक समुदाय विशेष खतरे में रहा है और उनको टारगेट करने के लिए किया जाता है ये सब, पर अभी आप देख रहे हैं कि कितने इनके कनेक्शन निकले जा रहे हैं, यहाँ तक कि जो आतंकी नेटवर्क है वहाँ तक भी इनका कनेक्शन जा रहा है, मलेशिया तक। वो सब जानते हैं कि जाकिर नाइक जैसे जिहादी कहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, तो अभी तक रोक कहाँ क्यों नहीं जा रहा है, अभी तक आंखें क्यों नहीं खुल रही हैं लोगों की। और जो इस तरह के बयानात करते हैं कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है और ये सब राजनीति है, ये तो खतरे में डाला जा रहा है कुछ समुदाय विशेष को, उनको आप क्या बोलेंगे फिर?
निस्संदेह ये देखिए इनके गाल पर एक तरह से तमाचा है और उनकी आंखें खोल देने वाले जो हकीकत है ये जो सामने आ रही है कि आखिरकार ये अब जानबूझ करके कोई निदा खान को इग्नोर कर दे, जानबूझ करके कोई शाहीन को इग्नोर कर दे, जानबूझ करके आतंकियों के जो नेटवर्क जो अल-फलाह में पनप रहा था उसको इग्नोर कर दे, जानबूझ करके जो केजीएमयू के इंसिडेंट्स को इग्नोर कर दे, जानबूझ करके कई सारे जो मेडिकल स्टोर हो या जो शिक्षण संस्थान हो या फिर कॉर्पोरेट जगत के लोग हों, ये इन सब जगह पर जो है जिस तरह से लफ्जियात और धर्मांतरण का नंगा नाच चल रहा है, उसको अगर कोई इग्नोर करता है तो मैं तो ये कहूंगा कि जानबूझ करके वो मक्खी निकल रहा है और ये आगे आने वाले टाइम में उसके लिए घातक होगा। मुझे एक बात ये है कि देश का पॉलिटिकल सिस्टम आखिरकार इस पर चुप्पी साधे क्यों खड़ा हुआ है? आखिरकार क्यों नहीं ये जो राजनीतिक दल हैं इतने गंभीर मामले पर जो इंटरनेशनल नेक्सस के तहत हो रहा है, हिंदुओं के विरुद्ध हो रहा है, वो राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी और ये जितने भी राजनीतिक दल हैं, बात बात पर चीखने चिल्लाने वाले और अब ये नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम का विरोध करने वाले, अब ये इसका किस मुंह को लेकर के इसका समर्थन करेंगे? आप मुझे बताइए कि क्या ये ऐसी जो निदा है, ऐसी जो शाहीन है, इनके साथ क्या करना चाहिए, इसके बारे में क्यों नहीं बोलते? आखिरकार देश के कितने बच्चों को फंसाएंगे ये, कितने बेटियों की इज्जत लूटेंगे, कितनों को मौत के मुंह में डालेंगे, कितनों को टुकड़े टुकड़े करके कभी नीले ड्रम में तो कभी बोरी में और कभी फ्रिज में दबवाएंगे? ये नहीं चलेगा। हिंदू समाज ने संकल्प लिया है, अब विश्व हिंदू परिषद भी कमर कस के तैयार है, बजरंग दल दुर्गा वाहिनी की बहनें लगातार इस मामलों को नजर रख रही हैं, हर कंपनी के अंदर भी और बाकी भी हमारी नजर तगड़ी है और हम नजर बनाए हुए हैं। सभी से हम आपके माध्यम से अपील भी कर रहे हैं कि अपने अपने जगह पर जहां जहां भी जिहादी पनप रहे हैं, जहां भी जिहादी घुस रहे हैं, जहां भी जिहादी अपने नेटवर्क बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उस नेटवर्क को तुरंत काटा जाए, तोड़ा जाए और उनको पुलिस शासन प्रशासन और अगर कहीं नहीं होता तो बजरंग दल के हवाले किया जाए। हम उसको कानूनी तरीके से, लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से उसका निदान करेंगे, ये हमारा संकल्प है।
बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। It was VHP's spokesperson joining us on the broadcast, Mr. Vinod Bansal. Thank you so much. And viewers, we will be just getting you this update that is coming in as far as this case is concerned. Ashwin Chenani has been sent to judicial custody. He was the operations manager. A probe was set against her as she did not take cognizance of the matter. And all the accused now are in judicial custody. TCS employee Ashwini Chenani was sent to judicial custody, accused of ignoring the complaints of Hindu women. That's the breaking news we have right now. So all the accused in this case, including Ashwini, have been sent to judicial custody as the probe deepens and at the same time widens as well, viewers. With that, we will be slipping to a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the other stories that we're tracking today from the political sphere, as well as there's a political storm over delimitation that's only spreading. Stalin announces a black day protest.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets.
A shocking revelation has been made in the Nashik grooming gang probe. A link has emerged between the HR who's in hiding, Nida Khan, and Red Fort blast accused Dr. Shaheen. What's behind that? We'll tell you at 7:30 p.m. Also on the show, we bring you the shocker coming in from Amravati, where a 19-year-old Ayan Tanveer has been arrested for sexually exploiting and circulating obscene videos of at least 180 girls. We also get you what's happening as far as the war in West Asia is concerned, what the nuclear watchdog chief is saying, and much more at 7:30 p.m. with me, Rakshita Mishra, Super Prime Time.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radar.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, our top focus in this bulletin is going to be the corporate jihad case at TCS. Now more details are emerging, more victims have come out, taking the total count of victims to about 14. We'll get you all the details about their allegations about sexual harassment and forced conversion attempts. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. More details emerge in TCS Grooming gang scandal. Top executive now implicated in case allegedly linked to Delhi blast accused terror Dr. Shaheen. Maharashtra teen arrested for sexually abusing and circulating objectionable videos and photographs of minor girls. Bulldozer rolls in Amravati on 19-year-old POCSO case accused of Mohammed residence. ED raids up MP Ashok Mittal, claiming raids are linked to foreign collaboration. Sources say fees from NRIs are being investigated. Minutes after AAP MP was raided, Kejriwal comes out along with Punjab saying BJP has now begun its election work. Bihar gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Samrat Chaudhary now takes oath as Bihar's new Chief Minister. Malaysian preacher linked to grooming gang scandal used WhatsApp chats and videos to lure victims abroad with promises of high-paying jobs and luxury lifestyle. All right, here's our top focus at this hour, the TCS corporate jihad case. Now, in this case, more developments coming to light. Employee Ashwini Chanani has been sent to judicial custody. Now, this employee, Ashwini Chanani, was in fact accused of ignoring complaints of Hindu women victims who had raised complaints about forced conversion attempts, about sexual harassment cases. But all these demands were not paid heed to. And now, Ashwini Chanani, who is one of the accused in this corporate jihad case, has been sent to judicial custody. That's the latest we're picking up from the TCS corporate jihad case, the grooming gang scandal. In this case, another employee has now been sent to judicial custody, Ashwini Chanani. Now, in fact, he kept on ignoring complaints of the TCS victims, did not pay heed to the concerns being raised about forced conversion attempts as well as sexual harassment cases. And now Ashwini Chanani has in fact been sent to judicial custody. In fact, viewers were looking at, that's the latest getting at this hour.
अश्विनी जी, बहुत ही संगीन आरोप चल रहे आप पे लगे हैं।
All right, viewers, so that's what we're looking at. Wheels of justice now moving rapidly in the TCS corporate jihad case. Another employee, in fact, sent to judicial custody. In this case, it's Ashwini Chanani, who was, in fact, involved in brainwashing these victims. He did not pay heed to their concerns, their complaints being raised about sexual harassment, about forced conversion attempts. And now Ashwini Chanani being sent to judicial custody at the moment.
एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? मैम, जो आरोप आप पे लग रहे हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अश्विनी मैम, कुछ कहेंगे आप? एक मिनट मैम, आरोप लग